Jake and the Fat Man will not be seen tonight.
What?
Now, get ready for a night of action baseball style.
Sure.
It's coming up next. Coming up next from CBS Sports, Game 2 of the World Series.
The circular stadium by the river was the toughest ticket in town last night. Two teams who were thrilled to be playing ball in mid-October. The upstart hosts with little to lose, the defending champions who had forgotten how to lose. But you know what they say about he who laughs last. Yes, ma'am, the tickets were worth the price. Some days you have a terrible day at the office. Some days you're all over it.
Good morning. I'm Jim Scott on the Big One. What an exciting time it is, huh? The Reds are so hot.
Queen City, and you better believe it when we tell you that the Cincinnati Reds are being treated like royalty around here tonight. And if they could figure out a way to do it, they'd take the word underdog out of every single dictionary in the city. And while we're in the dictionary, look up the word loose. For tonight, at least, that's how we'll define the Cincinnati Reds. But hold on now, because it is also written that this is not the World Game, it's the World Series. And when you're the reigning champions, you don't frighten easily. Besides, Halloween is still 2 weeks away. It's another warm October night. We'll just call it baseball weather for Game 2 of the 1990 World Series. It's the Oakland Athletics and the Cincinnati Reds here on CBS. And hi again, everybody. I'm Pat O'Brien, along with Jack Buck, Tim McCarver, and Jim Cott. Thanks for joining us again here at the ballpark. Well, last night we held up the local paper, and it had that word underdog in it. What a difference a day makes. Everywhere you walked in Cincinnati today, people were staring at this. Davis stuns Goliath. Let me tell you something. It was a stunning performance indeed. But before we talk about tonight's Game 2, let us talk about the A's, their wives and families, and the story that the media suddenly found itself immersed in 1 year ago tonight. It was one of those odd and awesome, in the terrible sense of the word, moments. One of those times when later everybody asks each other, where were you when? As the nation settled in for the start of Game 3 at Candlestick Park, tragedy struck. A killer earthquake measuring 7.1 on the Richter scale jolted the Bay Area. It happened at 4 minutes past the hour. And right now, they are marking this moment at Ferry Plaza in San Francisco. And let us pause as well.
It's now beside us to help us in Northern California. And so the San Franciscans of 19...
One of the many people in this stadium here in Cincinnati who was sitting right there in Candlestick Park, in fact, he was in the middle of a sentence during ABC's coverage, is Tim McCarver, who reflects now on the events of 1 year ago.
At 1:35 Pacific time, the Oakland A's, having won their first 2 games, boarded their bus for the trip across the bay. They never suspected that the city they left behind, or the city of their destination, would never be the same. So the Oakland A's take...
I'll tell you what, we're having an earth... Well, folks, that's the greatest open in the history of television, bar none.
None of us could have imagined the magnitude of the event.
May I have your attention, please? There has been a power failure. Therefore, the game has been postponed.
The locker room was kind of like just rolling. All the soot and dust was coming out of the air vents, and I was scared to death. I thought the stadium was coming down on us.
I looked, and I could see the standards waving, and I knew it was something besides people getting excited. So that's when I came out, and I realized it was an earthquake.
As the initial shock wore off, the painful reality set in. players and their wives reassessed life's priorities.
We just couldn't get a hold of our daughter, and had I been able to do that, I think we wouldn't have seen any of that. I would have been fine, and because you can see everything. He was okay, we were okay, his family was okay, but we just couldn't get a hold of our daughter.
I just didn't know the impact of it all, and then when we started to leave the ballpark and I saw the National Guard or something come in, I think. I forget who they were, but it was just so strange, and it was just like they dropped a bomb on the United States or something.
Once, we had a look at the Marina District and the Bay Bridge, and then the Cypress structure, and then some of the individual department stores and stuff like that. That was a sad time.
In times of crisis, heroes emerge. Red Cross worker Corey Livingston is one of the many who answered the call.
I think baseball was marking a real healing process for everybody after the earthquake struck. It was something for people to all bond together, to get their minds off of what had happened, to work together, to have a party of celebration and say, let's get on with life and start anew.
Now, a year later, the healing and the rebuilding continue as the survivors still count their blessings.
Will this ever happen again? Nobody knows that for sure. I'm sure a lot of people still, I know they do. I do for sure. Think about it and just feel fortunate that I was one of the lucky ones.
And I was one of the lucky ones too, Mike. And we salute the gallant people of the Bay Area for what they've already overcome and for having the courage to continue. Now let's go back to Pat O'Brien. Patrick?
All right, Tim, thank you. As always, well said. When we come back here, we'll refocus and get you set up for Game 2 as our coverage of the 1990 World Series continues here on CBS.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 2 of the 1990 World Series is brought to you by Apple Computer and the new, more affordable line of Macintosh computers. And by the American Express card. Membership has its privileges.
Now, every time you use the American Express card, you could win a trip anywhere. To do anything. Because American Express is giving away $10,000 dream weekends. One a day, every day for the rest of the year. Every time you use the card, you have another chance to win. Only with the American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
The most impressive thing about the new Macintosh computers isn't how little they cost. It's how much they're worth.
Introducing Wendy's new grilled chicken filet sandwich, made with a delicious whole breast of chicken, crisp lettuce, and tomato on a toasted bun, and topped with honey mustard. It could be Wendy's best tasting chicken sandwich ever. It's grilled to be great.
And I've always loved grape nut cereal. I tried it once or twice.
I said you gotta try it with breakfast for at least a week. Get to know it. That good nutty taste. And, well, it's packed with complex carbohydrates. It's a natural energy source. It'll help keep you going.
So I did it. And I do feel great. Now I love it more than she does.
No way.
Breakfast with Post Grape Nuts helps keep you going strong all morning long.
You gotta try it for a week yourself.
Will an officer's daring rescue end up in disaster?
I felt my weight shift, and I was going with them.
Reliving the stories they thought they'd never live to tell. Top Cops, Thursday.
Well, the injuries keep mounting for Eric Davis. Last night in the third inning, he was diving to make this catch on a ball hit by Ricky Henderson when he jammed his right hand. And earlier this evening, when I asked him about it, he said if it's not one thing, it's another. And he says he's here to play anyway. Well, tonight, Eric, who was the batting star of Game 1, faces A's righty Bob Welch, while it's left-hander Danny Jackson for the Reds. Bob Welch became the first man in 18 years to win 27 games, and that should assure him the Cy Young Award. And, of course, he added another victory in the ALCS, and you might be interested to hear what Dave Stewart has to say. He says, if I lose Game 1, I'm not worried, because look who comes in next. Well, Danny Jackson comes in next for the Reds, and he is a bona fide big-game pitcher, going back to his days with Kansas City in the 1985 ALCS and World Series, and he got it done Friday night in the clincher against the Pirates. And now with his thoughts on Game 2, let's send it down to the field and our colleague Jim Cott. Good evening, Jim.
All right, Pat. Thank you very much. Yeah, the spotlight's going to be on those starting pitchers tonight. And in Danny Jackson, hitters are going to see one of the toughest sliders to hit in all of baseball. Oakland's got a lot of right-hand hitters. Jackson will need that tough slider. You know, Jamie Quirk, one of the Oakland catchers, was a teammate of Danny Jackson in Kansas City in 1985. They were in the World Series together. I had a chance to ask Jamie Quirk, how tough is that slider and how tough is Danny Jackson to hit?
It's close to a 90-mile-an-hour slider, which, you know, as you know, as a pitcher, is a very hard slider. He lives inside with right-handed hitters. His fastball will run inside, and then he complements that with his slider. He starts it in and breaks it in even farther. He was one of the hardest guys I've ever had to catch, meaning his ball moves so much. He was a tough guy to catch, but he pitched some very big games for the Royals in that 85 playoffs and series, and he's a competitor.
Well, and he'll face a competitor tonight, and Bob Welch, he already has a win in the championship series. Much improved pitcher. Well, that's a story from down here. Let's go back to Pat O'Brien.
All right, Jim, thank you. We'll be back with more pregame coverage in a moment as we roll on from the Riverfront right after this. Stay with us.
It started with a need.
A severe weather watch is in effect.
What time did they leave?
I was on my way to Mom's, just me and the kids, when it happened.
A need to combine handling, power, and added peace of mind in a family car. Automobile Magazine called it a new standard by which all minivans will be judged.
It handled beautifully.
We call it Previa. It's a Toyota.
They just drove up.
And it's like nothing you've ever experienced.
Introducing Bases Loaded 2 second season. This is the Major League action you've been waiting for. So authentic, you have to manage your teams based on your players' condition. So real, it puts you right in the game. Oh, you're out.
He was out.
Bases Loaded 2 second season for the Nintendo Entertainment System. And now, take the excitement on the road with Bases Loaded for the Nintendo Game Boy from Jalico. Live action that never ends.
You know, some folks think low price is the most important thing at Meineke Discount Mufflers. Well, price is important, but not nearly as important as service and quality. Truth is, at Meineke, nothing is unimportant.
The Denerex side feels like it's doing more because I feel something in my scalp. The Head & Shoulders side, I feel nothing at all.
Both have a dandruff ingredient, but Denerex adds an extra anti-itch medicine you can feel working.
There definitely was a difference with Denerex.
Don't touch your television. Because Thursday at 8:30, I'll be back. The Flash at its new time, Thursday at 8:30.
It is the centerpiece in Cincinnati, Ohio, Riverfront Stadium. And welcome back to the ballpark. And right now, let's send it out to public address announcer John Browdy.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please rise, face the American flag in center field, and join EMI recording artist Diane Reeves in singing our national anthem.
Oh, son, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night
us, we'll send it up to Jack Buck and Tim McCarver as we continue live from Cincinnati after a word from your local stations.
I'm Harry Smith.
And I'm Paula Zahn. Tomorrow, inexpensive daycare for your kids.
And what happens when grandparents are forced to watch the grandchildren? On CBS this morning.
This is CBS.
Both Mayor Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk have been shot and killed.
Forged from tragedy, her leadership brought San Francisco together. Tough and caring, she pushed for daycare, added police, and cut crime 20%. Named the nation's most effective mayor and always pro-choice, she has a plan for early childhood education. She's Dianne Feinstein, and she'll be there for California.
One day when I was 8 years old, we packed everything into a truck and moved to our first house. It was so exciting, all the rooms. And I remember Mom and Dad were so glad because now we had something that was really ours. To them, that house meant freedom. And it meant freedom to me, too.
We've given over 1 million families a better way to own their own home. Glendale Federal Bank, the way a bank should work.
The totally new Ford Escort GT has now arrived in California. And when its new 16-valve engine kicks in and its new sports suspension takes hold, the only place to be is in the all-new Ford Escort GT. Because even when it's done moving, you won't want to be.
Have you driven a Ford lately?
Stay tuned for Keith Olbermann's post-game show right after the game.
Well, if you're going to go to the ballpark, you might as well be prepared for some World Series souvenirs that just might come your way. Eric Davis's home run last night came ever so close. It hit right here. But we're ready tonight, and so is Jack Buck. In fact, Jack's always ready. Good evening, Jack.
Good evening, Pat O'Brien, and good evening, everyone. We hope you enjoyed tonight's game. You know what has happened here in Cincinnati? First of all, you folks who root for Oakland have been very, very proud of what the A's have accomplished in recent times. And now that's happened here. The Reds went wire to wire, won the division, defeated Pittsburgh. Then they pulled off an upset last night, and they said, hey, we could win this thing. And so now they're feeling about the way the Oakland team is feeling. And, well, Cincinnati should, Tim.
Yeah, the crowd was really in it last night. There was electricity in the air, and there's electricity on the field, too. As a matter of fact, of all the numbers that we could throw at you tonight, we thought that it was more important to go over the Cincinnati Reds pitching over the 7 games in postseason play. They have had 52 men against them now in scoring position. Only 5 hitters have had hits with men on second and or third base. And that's just an example of how well the Cincinnati pitching staff has done over the last 7 games. 6 against Pittsburgh and last night against Oakland.
You know, we hear about clutch hitting, but we never hear about clutch pitching.
That's right.
Meanwhile, they defeated Dave Stewart last night. Now they have to take on 27-game winner Bob Welch. And there is our First Lady, Barbara Bush. And she will throw out the ceremonial first pitch here this evening. She received a nice hand from this crowd, a sellout crowd.
Well, this is to all the men and women who are in the Persian Gulf. I hope I get this pitch over to that catcher.
Ladies and gentlemen, now pitching for the Armed Forces, Barbara Bush. She went way out, and then she called the catcher up. Very nice. Danny Jackson and Bob Welch will be the next 2 pitchers.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 2 of the 1990 World Series is brought to you by Toyota's quality line of cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. American Gas Association, clean, natural gas, America's best energy value. And by MCI, let us show you.
Fastest and most exotic Mercedes-Benz comes on Goodyear Eagle radials, and only on Goodyear Eagle radials. Why? Because the engineers at Mercedes-Benz want it that way. And they're another reason why we say the best tires in the world have Goodyear written all over them.
I'm Joe Montana. A few months ago, I challenged any Diet Coke celebrity to come on TV and take a blind taste test against Diet Pepsi. But no one had the courage to show up, so I'm going to take the test myself. Okay, thanks. Okay, who's the wise guy?
I don't know, but I got the right one, baby.
Diet Pepsi with 100% NutraSweet. One great tasting reason why it's the right one for you.
There's something elemental in us all. A basic need to seek out for ourselves a quiet place. Well, Oshkosh Men's Sportswear is made specifically for that search. Clothing that brings a man closer to himself and the earth. Rugged, comfortable, enduring. Find yourself in Oshkosh, exclusively at Sears.
Hurricane Hugo hit the Clarys hard. I'm their State Farm agent, Tom McQueenie. I get together with the Clarys for family insurance checkups. Home, car, life, and health. Now the Clarys have their lives back together, thanks to those checkups. State Farm has paid out almost $400 million to Hugo victims. That means State Farm agents have helped a lot of families get their lives back together.
And like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
It's more than a crying shame. It's a national tragedy. And here are its victims. Every day, hundreds of infants enter the world with 2 strikes against them, helpless and addicted.
You can see now the baby's shaking terribly. It's really hard for them. He's craving for the drug.
For many of their mothers, it starts as a game, an escape from life's problems. But soon the game gets in their blood. And once that happens, a mother's addiction can sentence her child to death. Something to consider for their sake, if not yours.
Where there's help, there's hope.
There's the pretty scene here in Cincinnati, and another sold-out crowd to try to root on their Cincinnati Reds, and there are some Oakland fans here as well. Danny Jackson will remember this season on the disabled list 3 times and now ends up in the World Series.
Defensively for the Cincinnati Reds, the fine left fielder Eric Davis. Big night offensively last night, and his partner in center blowing that big bubble. Billy Hatcher, Paul O'Neill, the right fielder, Chris Sabo at third base, Barry Larkin, the multi-talented shortstop, Mariano Duncan, his double play mate, Hal Morris at first base. Hal, a rookie this year. Here's Hal. And behind the plate, Joe Oliver. Oliver will do the bulk of the catching throughout this series because of his strong throwing arm. And as Jack said, Danny Jackson on the mound.
And he will be facing this lineup for the Oakland A's. Ricky Henderson at left. Carney Lansford at third. Jose Canseco in right field. Mark McGuire at first. Dave Henderson in center field. Willie Randolph at second base. Ron Hassey, the catcher. Mike Gallego at shortstop. And Bob Welch will do the Oakland pitching. Here are the umpires. And John Rocky Rowe working his first series behind the plate. He's teamed with Jim Quick, Ted Hendry, Randy Marsh, Larry Barnett, and Frank Pulley. Here they are as they gathered for the pregame picture. base coach for Oakland is Renee Leichman. And across the way, not only the first base coach, but the strength and conditioning coach, Dave McKay. This batter, Ricky Henderson, called out on strikes last night as he led off against Jose Rijo. What will he do tonight? Here we go, and strike is called. This is the second World Series for Danny Jackson. He pitched for Kansas City. Won a vital game against St. Louis. And a base hit by Ricky Henderson. He shattered the bat, but starts the game with a bang. A base hit for Henderson.
Starts a game with a bang and a crack. And that's what Danny Jackson will do. He will try to get inside on the right-handed hitters. Jim Cott mentioned that before the game. This is the slider inside. And as you see, right below the trademark, and Ricky Henderson is on. And that could spell trouble for Cincinnati.
So we'll watch Danny Jackson work to try to keep Ricky Henderson close. Stole 65 bases during the season. There he goes. And no chance. And a stolen base for Henderson. Boy, did he kind of lured Jackson. He took a short lead, and Jackson said, well, he's not going to go. And the next thing you know, zip, he was gone.
It was that walking lead right there. When that right foot came down, it's timing and no play on Ricky Henderson. His 18th stolen base in postseason play.
Now to Carney Lansford, and he bunts the ball, and Danny Jackson has to make a good play, and he did, and the runner to third. And Lansford was bunting for a base hit, as well as the sacrifice. So things are different this evening with Ricky Henderson perched at third base and one out, and Jose Canseco the batter. The infield is in, Tim. What do you think of this here in the very first inning?
Lou Piniella pulled the infield in the other night, 2 runs ahead of Pittsburgh in game 3. Actually, game 1, I believe. 2 runs ahead in the second inning.
And Seiko takes ball 1. He might spin one of these infielders around when they're... How'd you like to be Sabo right now? Tony La Russa trying to jump out in front here in the first. And it's ball 2 low. They sort of pitched around Jose a couple of times last night and got Mark McGwire.
If you don't want to pitch around guys in the first inning, you get too many base runners, and with these mashers over here, instead of solo and 2-run homers, you have 3- and 4-run homers.
And a ground ball to Morris. He boots it. The run scores, and out at first, and an RBI for Canseco, and Oakland jumps on top 1-0. The runner was not going to try to score until Morris booted the ball.
Ricky rally. That's what Tony La Russa calls it, a Ricky rally. Base hit, stolen base, third on the sacrifice, and watch him score on this ground ball right side. As Jack said, he didn't go right away, but great instincts along with great speed plates the first athletic runner of this series.
And now McGwire, who took the collar last night, 0 for 3, hits it to right and right at Paul O'Neill. He lost it in the lights, and that's a base hit for McGwire. We've seen that frequently in this park. It was an easy play, but O'Neill lost it in the lights. And a base hit is credited.
R.J. Reynolds, the right fielder of the Pittsburgh Pirates, lost one in the lights. And that's what Paul O'Neill does. He has a bead on it and now misses it, but he does recover nicely to prevent it from going over his head.
And McGwire reaches with 2 out, and Dave Henderson is up. He was 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter last night. And a half swing and a foul. Strike 1. This fella had 20 home runs during the year, and he could make this a big first inning for the A's.
He missed 5 of the last 6 weeks, injuring his knee, arthroscopic surgery. He injured that at Comiskey Park.
And the pitch goes inside to even the count. The Oakland A's 26-7 in games in which Henderson has scored in the first inning. And with a fellow like Bob Welch pitching tonight, it might happen again. Way outside to Dave Henderson. He has a look to see if perhaps they want to start. base hit to right field by Henderson. McGuire stops at second base, and that's 3 hits in the inning against Danny Jackson. Is this going to be a 1 or 2 or 3 or a 4-run inning?
Well, the approach by the last 2 hitters is bad news for Danny Jackson. With the sinker away, you try to hit the ball away. Mark McGuire is not very adept at doing that, even though he hit it well the other way. It was misplayed by O'Neill because of the lights, and now Dave Henderson takes Jackson the other way. There is no more of a money ball player in this World Series than Dave Henderson.
And look what's happening in the Cincinnati bullpen. Scott Scudder is warming up in the first. Lou Piniella mentioned to us in our get-together last night, he's not going to let any of these games get out of hand. He has plenty of pitching and good pitching in the bullpen, including long relief. Willie Randolph is up, 2 on, 2 out. And ball 1 low. The run is home. And there are 2 on, 2 out. Willie had a hit last night. Randolph, the big man in the inning, fouls the ball, and it's 1-1.
Danny Jackson throws sinkers away and sliders, and he gets about as low as he tries to keep his pitches. Look at that unusual follow-through by Danny Jackson wearing a pad on his left knee. He didn't do that until this year. He's had all types of problems with that left big toe of his. He had it operated on 2 years ago, causing arm problems this year.
Willie Randolph jumps back from ball 2. We're looking at the same pitcher allowed only 1 hit in 6 innings against Pittsburgh last Friday. And the run is home, 2 on, 2 out, and 3 hits in the inning for Oakland. Behind on the count, Jackson gets it home, and a foul ball makes it 2-2. 2 on, 2 out, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Oakland dugout, and they would like more runs here in the opening inning. You let Bob Welch get way out in front. Larissa's scanning the lineup. The Cincinnati people would be happy to get out of this inning with only 1 run scoring. And a foul ball keeps Randolph up there. Well, Willie certainly ended up in the right spot, Tim, after starting the season with the Dodgers.
Coming over to the Oakland Athletics back in May for Stan Javier.
And walked right into a World Series. 2-2. 3-2.
See that 2-2 pitch with 2 strikes, or with 2 outs, a very, very important pitch, because now both runners will be running. He just misses with the fastball. That runs the count to 3-2. And now with the runners running, there won't be a play on McGuire should Randolph single to the outfield.
McGuire's at second. Dave Henderson at first, 2 out, and a 3-2 pitch, and Jackson steps off. So maybe catch McGuire speeding out there. That was a big pitch. Here comes a bigger one. And to Larkin. Force out. 1 run for Oakland. 3 hits. They left 2. Bob Welch to the mound. The A's lead it 1-0.
Before the first Lexus ever saw the light of day, it saw the light of countless days. As part of our anti-aging program, surfaces were blasted as if by the sun, just so we could see what materials would best resist fading and cracking. Because any car can be new today, we want to be new tomorrow.
After all these years, Watson, the trail is decidedly cold.
But Holmes, it's quite warm in here.
All these years.
Curiously cozy.
No. Fiendishly clever. Observe, Watson. Warm house, many years. It must be...
Lennox.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
For home heating, for cooking, for hot water, use clean, natural gas. America's best energy value.
Oh, it's you again.
Did you know your business should have AT&T long distance?
Now, why would I want to do that?
Why? Because we're AT&T.
Can you help me manage my business better like MCI Vision does?
Well, you see, as I mentioned, I mean, we're AT&T.
Can you give me volume discounts on all my calls from all my shops and savings month after month like MCI?
Well, I mean, after all, we are AT&T.
Who is this clown? Friend of yours?
Don't get pressured by AT&T. Get the facts. Thursday at 8:30. You can't run.
Just stay away from me.
You can't hide. Because in less than 24 hours, he's back with a vengeance. The Flash, Thursday at 8:30. And there's no seventh inning stretch.
From across the river in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, a look at the Cincinnati side of the Ohio River. Our pitcher tonight for the Oakland A's is Bob Welch. He won 27 games this year, 27-6, and he was 1-0 against the Red Sox in postseason. Here's the Cincinnati batting order. Barry Larkin at short, Billy Hatcher in center, Paul O'Neill in right, Eric Davis in left, Al Morris at first base, Chris Sabo at third, Joe Oliver the catcher, Mariano Duncan at second, and Danny Jackson the pitcher.
Defensively for the Oakland Athletics, Ricky Henderson in left field. He does not have a good throwing arm, but he can track them down, as can Dave Henderson in center. Jose Canseco, the right fielder. Barney Lansford at third. Mike Gallego, the shortstop. Willie Randolph, the second baseman. Mark McGuire, a fine fielding first baseman. Ron Hasse behind the plate. And Bob Welch on the mound.
And at the plate, Barry Larkin 0 for 4 last night. Welch gets a breaking ball in there to start the first inning. Last night, it was Cincinnati scoring the first runs of the game on the Eric Davis homer in the first inning. Tonight, the A's lead 1-0. Breaking ball and a foul. Strike two. Welch, 33 years old. He's been pitching professionally since 1977, a long-time Dodger. On the bench, Dave Stewart. He'll get another chance in this series. Fastball hit into right field into the corner. Canseco can't get there. That's a ground rule double. And Canseco did not see that ball. Did not.
Does Barry Larkin get on top of this pitch? This pitch is eye high. Canseco gets a bad jump on the ball. Didn't appear that he saw it well, and the ball kept carrying and carrying and carrying for a ground rule double. That ball was eye high right there.
Certainly was. He tomahawked that pitch. There's Canseco. I'm sure he'll tell us later that he didn't see that ball. He waited a full 2 counts. Now Hatcher hits it foul pass first as he tries to advance the runner.
Well, you know, that ball was a lot higher, however, than the ball hit to Paul O'Neill. It's the balls that are the line drive type that you lose in the lights. There's no problem with twilight, this being as late in the year as it is. So, I mean, I wonder why he misjudged it.
And now Hatcher was going to bunt, as Cincinnati might play it the same way Oakland did in the top half of this first inning.
I tell you, this is a tough play for the third baseman. You have a guy who can run and run well at second. You have a hitter who can bunt. And you don't know whether to play in, because you may have to go back if you play in too far if Larkin runs and tries to steal third.
And Welch steps off to see if Hatcher tips his hand. I tell you what's a really difficult play is when the batter fakes a bunt and the runner is stealing third. That third baseman is really in a pickle. Larkin at second, nobody out, and Hatcher leans but takes it. Ball 2, 2-1. Early action in this one. Hatcher 3 for 3 last night, plus a walk and a run batted in. Hatcher hits a foul out of play, and it's 2-2.
That is really remarkable how Barry Larkin got around on that pitch, up in his eyes. Two curveballs and then a waist pitch. That's one of those pitches that's a waist pitch, but it was eye high. Depends on how you spell waste.
Larkin perched at second, nobody out. Welch would relish the strikeout here. Pick-off play, and Larkin got back in. He's a good base runner who's swiped 30 bases during the season.
Mike Gallego slipping in behind Barry Larkin. The daylight play. When the pitcher sees daylight between the shortstop and the runner, he throws to second.
And that ball will advance the runner and tie the game. And Hatcher gets two, and he's thinking about three now as Canseco fell down and now back to second base. We're tied 1-1. Jose having his problems out in right field.
Oh, the crowd's back in the game. Good things happen with good approaches. Two strikes, protecting away. Look at Hasse move away. Billy Hatcher realizing that even if this ball is at McGuire, he advances the runner. It gets by McGuire, and Canseco has all sorts of problems on the carom. He slipped right there, and the Athletics are really having a problem with this artificial surface. Watch Hatcher. He had an idea about third. He picks up the third base coach. Sammy Palazzo over at third holds him up.
Now Paul O'Neill, and ball one to him. That hit by Hatcher, his fourth hit in 2 nights, his third double. He's at second, nobody out, and now it's O'Neill's job to move him along. And he fouls it out of play, 1-1. Frequently, O'Neill will go the other way, but he wants to pull it here. Larkin perched on the bench. He started it with a double and scored. We're tied 1-1 in the first. And 1-1 to O'Neill. Ball 2. In the very right field corner of this park, you can see the different color turf. It's still damp out there. And that's what got Canseco. But it would have been a double anyhow. He did prevent the triple. Ball 3. Back-to-back doubles by Larkin and Hatcher. On deck, it's Eric Davis, and we'll let you listen to the crowd when he comes to the plate. Tony La Russa. Got off to the good start with a run, but Welch has surrendered the tying run. O'Neill hits it to center field. The runner tags as Dave Henderson will make the catch. There goes Hatcher for third, and he is safe at third, 1 out.
Even though Dave Henderson was deep, he gets in the proper throwing position. A fine throw by Dave, but no way to get Hatcher. So Paul O'Neill does the job advancing the runner. Good job by O'Neill.
Hatcher at third, 1 out. The infielders are deep at second and short as Eric Davis bats. Look out. Ball 1. Boo, says the crowd. A ground ball to second or short will put Cincinnati on top.
There's no way that there is any intent on this pitch. You don't knock a guy down with a guy at third base because the ball may get by the catcher.
High to Davis again, and that's ball 2. Davis was 2 for 4 last night. 1 home run, 3 runs batted in. There's one sitting out there for him now. Ground ball to short. The run scores. Cincinnati leads. Out at first, 2 gone.
What What you're seeing so far, a different philosophy between two managers from the same area, both from Tampa, but different baseball philosophies. With nobody out in the top of the first, the infield was in for Cincinnati with Henderson at third, Tony La Russa, and then the infield back, and the Reds take the lead.
Here's Hal Morris, 1 for 4 last night. Against the strong right-handed pitching staff of Oakland, the Reds want to get some hitting from O'Neill and Morris, left-handed hitters. There's a strike, and it's 1-1. 2 out, and the base is empty. Well, Oakland got 1. The Reds came back with 2. Good play by Lansford. And a fine throw, an excellent play, and he took a double away from Morris. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Reds. We played 1 exciting inning here on CBS Sports. 2-1, Cincinnati.
Soldier Field, Chicago. Over 300 dead batteries and 1 die-hard battery. Our most powerful ever jump-starts every one. Die-hard. More power when you need it most.
We can't win if you can't stop Ricky Henderson.
When something on your mind,
This could get ugly.
or something you eat,
Look at that jump.
gives you acid indigestion, it's time for extra strength Rolaids. Fast, 1,000 milligrams strong. Now that spells relief.
Did you know your small business should have AT&T long distance?
What for? With MCI, I'm getting big savings.
But you could get AT&T quality.
Who cares? I'm getting big savings.
But AT&T prices are extremely competitive.
Competitive? Hey, I'm getting big savings.
Okay, for that call from New York to Los Angeles, here's your big savings.
2 cents? That's not big savings.
Competitive price. Another AT&T advantage.
Say, Barry Larkin, what's the attitude in the Cincinnati clubhouse?
Well, everybody feels good. They feel positive about what happened yesterday. It was a matter of going out and being aggressive in the ball game, and that's the attitude we took in the last series, and hopefully that'll be the attitude we'll take every game this series.
Was he aggressive with that swing for the double?
He really was. That ball in his eyes. These Cincinnati Reds eerily aggressive against a fine ball club. That 1 run didn't even phase them in the top of the first.
We had plenty in that first inning, and the A's scored a run, and they left 2 on, so the bottom 3 will bat, starting with Ron Hasse. He was 0 for 1 last night as a pinch hitter. And because he catches Welch most of the time, he has to bat against the left-hander, Danny Jackson. And Jackson falls behind ball 2.
Hasse has caught 66 of the last 68 games that Bob Welch has started. And that's why he's in there against the left-hander, Danny Jackson.
And he was jammed, and he hit it to Jackson. That's a wonderful play and a bad throw. Hasse's going to end up at second base with nobody out. Now he's going to go to third, perhaps. No, he comes back. And Jackson backed up third. Did we have some action on that play? It was a good fielding play by Jackson to get to the ball, and then he threw it away for what I'm sure will be an error.
Yeah, but he shouldn't be fielding that ball. Sabo should run him off the ball. Sabo's going toward first base. Even though it's nice to see a pitcher extend like that, watch where Sabo comes into the picture. There he is right there. And that's Sabo's ball. I mean, you have a guy like Ron Hasse, even though Sabo was deep, you have him easily at first base. But Jackson, because he got there, made the off-balance throw and throws it into right field for a two-base error.
So just like that, the tying runs at second, nobody out, and the batter is Mike Gallego. Trying to hit to right, he fouls the ball. Strike one. Gallego 0 for 4 last night. And the infielders in a step at second and short. And Sabo even with the base at third, guarding against the bunt. They play Gallego to the right side. There's strike 2, and Jackson with the pitcher coming up next could use a strikeout here.
That's that slider on the inside. That's about where he likes it, right on the hands. You brought up an interesting point. If Gallego goes to the right side, because Hasse is such a slow runner, you may see a guy like Duncan try to get him at third. This is the spot to do it.
Runner at second, nobody out. Time called by the batter.
See, on the artificial surface, the ball gets to the infielders so quickly that if it is indeed hit sharply to the other side, because of that and because of Hasse's speed, he is not a fast runner, the infielders may think about going to third.
And he does advance the runner, and Larkin's play to first for the first out of the inning. Good piece of hitting by Gallego. And Hasse ends up at third, 1 out, and the first thing that pops into your mind when Bob Welch comes up is the squeeze play.
I wonder if they have one.
Because their pitchers don't hit during the regular season.
They don't have one where the pitchers know anything about it, and obviously this is a situation where you bring the infield in. Certainly that squeeze, a viable option for Tony La Russa.
And it's easier to pull off against a left-handed pitcher. Bob Welch, by the way, enjoys hitting. You wouldn't classify him as an excellent hitter. But when he wore the Dodger uniform, he had a chance to swing the bat. He had a long look at Latchman, the third base coach. That's the tying run at third, 1 out. And that's ball 2 to Welch.
I don't think I'd squeeze here because Ricky Henderson is such a hot hitter. Even if Welch makes an out, even if he strikes out, you've got Henderson batting with a runner at third. Sure, he's got to get a base hit to score the runner, but he has been swinging a red-hot bat, 4 for 6 in the series.
That's assuming they're going to get Bob Welch, and the count is 2 balls, no strikes. Time called again. This inning started with an error. And there's Hasse at third with 1 gone. Tying run. Ball 3. He wouldn't walk the pitcher, would he? There's one thing that Danny Jackson has to accustom himself to here. That's the umpiring, the strike zone of Rocky Roll, the American League umpire. That was down the middle, 3-1. With another long look at the coach, who then talks to the runner. And Welch hits a line drive to Morris. That's a bad break for Welch in Oakland. That's his second out. Right at Morris, who was pulled in. So Piniella has another out to get.
Welch hits it fairly well off the end of the bat. He fades it a bit. And Morris is right there. I think Tony La Russa likes these odds. Ricky Henderson against a left-handed pitcher. Ricky Henderson, another hot playoff against the Red Sox, batting .294, and he's 4 for 6 in the World Series.
He started this game with a base hit, swiped the base, and scored a run. Ball one low to him.
Also, Jack, there's a big difference in a hitter that can run batting with a runner at third and 2 outs because the infield base hit looms large here also. That should score Hassett.
And the third baseman has to play in tighter. And there's a strike. It caught the corner. That's typical of the pitching of Jackson. That's where he enjoys pitching.
That's where he pitched Henderson the first time, and Henderson got a base hit to right center.
Reds leading 2-1. Runner at third, 2 out. 2 balls and a strike. Ricky drove home 61 runs this season. Strike, and it's 2-2.
I think you folks at home have realized by now the obsessiveness with which Jackson throws inside. He loves to get right-handers out inside with both the fastball and the slider.
Foul ball keeps Ricky up there with a 2-2 count. Travel day tomorrow and action from the Oakland Coliseum Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday night if necessary. Opponents are hitless in the last 25 at-bats with runners in scoring position in postseason. See if Jackson keeps that string alive. And a broken back ground ball to Sabo. And the Reds still lead. No runs, 1 hit. 1 error and 1 left. Oakland has left 3. They trail 2-1.
Training, Toyota style. Now hit the shower. I love what you do for me, Toyota.
Some people think it's a great idea for you to buy a second-rate antifreeze. Not all antifreeze is the same. Nothing beats Presto. And that's something you might appreciate down the road.
Because there's a man planning his retirement. Because there's a family hoping to send their kids to college. Because every investor is different, with dreams all their own, Dean Witter measures success one investor at a time.
So what'd you use? My checker-faced framing hammer.
In New Britain, Connecticut, people don't talk about the weather.
You use a checker-faced framing hammer?
Where was your curved claw finish hammer?
You see, since 1843, New Britain's been the home of Stanley.
But I got him a Stanley handsaw last year for his birthday.
And if local conversation revolves around tools...
Hey, fellas, look at this. Whoa.
It's only because we make tools worth talking about.
Stanley's 12-foot power lock tape rule, huh?
4 times 6. 24. 4 times 7.
Feel the thrill again. Join us at the ballpark.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
Ricky Henderson has such a long swing. Watch where the bat ends up, right about in that area. His swing is so long, it's often difficult for him to get out of the box. He almost spins his wheels, and for that reason, he was an easy out at first base and not a tough one.
And so the A's have left 3, and they trail by a run, and Sabo takes strike 1. Sabo had a hit last night.
That long swing by Ricky Henderson, by the way, also supplies his power, too, so he can't change it.
And up high to Sabo, 1-1. This batter was the leading home run hitter for Cincinnati this season with 25. Downstairs, ball 2. Sabo, Oliver, and Duncan in this inning for the Reds. Breaking ball in the strike zone. 2-2.
Tell you, when you can get 2-1 curveballs over, you're doing something.
And that foul ball by Sabo. 2-2 the count. Now, Welch does have a variety of pitches and effective pitches. 27 wins. And they got Sabo. He can get people out in a lot of fashions. We're at Riverfront Stadium here in Cincinnati. Game 2 of the 1990 World Series on CBS Sports. Jim McCarver and Jack Buck with you. The A's got a run in the first. The Reds got 2 in the first. And we're in the home half of the second. Leadoff man retired, and Joe Oliver at the plate. 0 for 4 last night. Breaking ball. Missed, and Hasse looks back at the umpire and says, "Were you watching?" Ball 2.
That's a pitch you don't often get anymore in either league. That ball right below the letters, technically a strike. Every umpire has his own strike zone, however.
Bouncing ball to Landstrom. And 2 out. Mariano Duncan will come up. Well, baseball folks travel tomorrow from Cincinnati to the West Coast. Plenty of great action on CBS. It starts with Top Cops, real-life stories of police heroes. At 8:30, The Flash is back, and he has to think fast when his secret identity is threatened.
All right.
Comedy Time with Dr. Doctor, followed by the dramatic twists and turns of Knots Landing. All of that great TV action here on CBS tomorrow night. Ball 1 to Duncan. He was 1 for 3 last evening.
The Flash is back, huh?
The Flash is back. This fellow was a flash during the season, hitting .306 for the Reds. 1-1. He'd like to get on to allow the pitcher to bat in this second inning. Welch has retired 5 in a row. And a foul as he jammed him. 1-2.
The only time Bob Welch comes down in the strike zone is with his split-finger fastball and his curveball. All of his fastballs are designed to get hitters out up. He really doesn't worry about it. We told you Danny Jackson, inside and outside. Bob Welch is upstairs with the heater.
Just missed on the corner. Welch 2 years ago, 17 and 9. Last year, 17 and 8. This season, 27 and 6. Runs the count full.
Saw Ron Hasse telling Bob Welch, just take it easy. I think one thing that Dave Duncan, the pitching coach, has done is really work on the mental attitude of Bob Welch, a very hyper young man.
Ball 4 got away from Welch. So Duncan does arrive at first and allows Jackson to pitch, and here's the other Duncan, Dave, the pitching coach of the A's. That's the last thing Welch wanted to do was walk Duncan.
Yeah, and that's why I think the curveball on that count's a bad pitch. A 3-2 curveball to your 8-hole hitter with 2 out and nobody on. Of course, Welch and Hasse have confidence in that pitch. What are the chances of Duncan hitting a home run? He batted .227 against right-handers this year. So I think that was a time to challenge Duncan and not finesse him.
Danny Jackson takes a strike. There are 2 very nice people on the left. It is the Commissioner of Baseball, Fay Vincent, visiting with Barbara Bush. And the count 1-1 to Jackson.
Mrs. Bush throwing out the first pitch. That's one of the nice things about being a catcher. You get to catch the first pitch from a lot of people like Barbara Bush and a lot of entertainers and a lot of politicians and everything. One of the perks of being a catcher.
Jackson fouled it. He had a pretty good swing at that one, didn't he, Tim?
Bob Welch winning 27. Most games since Steve Carlton won 27 back in 1972. Denny McClain with that big year, winning 31 in 1968 for the Detroit Tigers.
Jackson had only 2 hits during the regular season, and that breaking ball got him and ended the inning. 1 left for the Reds after the walk. We played 2. Cincinnati leads it 2-1.
Toyota presents All Around Champions. Toyota wishes to recognize the San Diego Padres for their dedication to their community. The Padres contribute to more than 30 programs, reaching out to senior citizens, local school groups and hospitals, and children with serious diseases. Toyota is proud to contribute $1,000 to the charities of the San Diego Padres. Toyota salutes All Around Champions.
Don't worry about highways. Don't worry about hills. Don't worry about passing. Don't worry. Be happy you've got the perfect car. The 1991 Toyota Camry with its available V6 156 horsepower engine. Camry, the most trouble-free car in its class 3 years in a row.
I love what you do for me. I'm happy. Toyota.
A6, hurry and you'll make it.
Delta Airlines ticket agent Sam Singletary knows how to get people moving.
Mr. Franklin, your bag.
But sometimes he has to show off a few moves of his own. The kind of moves that made him a first-string halfback. Sam Singletary shares a feeling with everyone at Delta. He loves what he's doing. And it shows.
We love to fly.
He's the kid.
And it shows.
Finally, there's a store that actually gives you something back for shopping. It's Sears. The Sears Charge Bonus Club lets you earn money-saving certificates just by using your Sears Charge card. And the more you shop, the bigger the bonus. So don't forget, it pays to shop at Sears.
It's back! The Domino's Pepperoni Pizza Feast is back! More pepperoni and extra cheese for only $7.99. And another one for just $4 more. But only for a limited time. Call now.
Jim Cott field level at our camera position right behind home plate. Tim McCarver was talking about Bob Welch and calming down. Pitching coach Dave Duncan has helped Bob Welch to get his emotions under control as well as his pitches. You'll see a very smooth rhythm out there with Bob Welch, almost a 1-2-3-4 to his pitching style. Let's go back upstairs to Jack and Tim.
And we head into the 3rd inning. He's about hit the Reds 3-2, and Cincinnati leads it 2-1. First up, Carney Lansford. Sacrificed his first time. Faces Danny Jackson. Strike 1 to Carney, who had 2 for 4 last night and has hit well against this pitcher during his career. Will be the number 2, 3, and 4 hitters: Lansford, Canseco, and McGuire. Fly ball for the center fielder, Billy Hatcher. 1 out. It's 4 in a row retired by the Cincinnati hurler, and Hatcher is having himself a wonderful series. He's 4 for 4. Jose drove in a run with an infield out in the first. He's 0 for 3. Hasn't hit many home runs lately.
That's a danger area, down and in. Talking to Lou Piniella before the game tonight. Hey, if you try to jam big league hitters, you want to jam them at the hands. Lou Piniella says they train their pitchers not to go down and in, and that's where Jackson has just missed twice. If you missed a Canseco down and in, he can hit this ball out of the stadium. I mean, this guy can hit a ball down and in, as most hitters can. All you do is just drop the head of the bat on it.
Left-handed hitters and right-handed
hitters.
Oh,
absolutely. Right.
2-0. Into the opposite field, and that ball might tie the game, and it does. Canseco made it look easy, and it's 2-2. Mrs. Canseco is happy about that one. And so are the A's fans. And the Cincinnati fans boo him for spoiling their evening to this point. Now Fan threw the ball back on the field.
Just like they do at Wrigley Field for the Cubs games. That's becoming a fashionable thing to do in all ballparks. Just throw it back. It used to be a ball was a souvenir. Not so anymore. Here's a World Series souvenir. They threw it back.
Such affluence.
Yeah. Such unselfishness by the fans.
2 runs on 4 hits for Oakland, and the A's would like to get McGuire started in the power department. Gets it hard past the third baseman Sabo, and McGuire's 2 for 2. By the way, Oakland had gone 5 games without hitting a home run. And Jose broke that streak.
None in the LCS and none last night. And now McGuire's on. I'll tell you, it's scary when you hit a ball that far the other way. Because when you hit a ball the other way, you don't have your body behind it. You hit it with your arms. Now, granted, Canseco has big arms. Not that big. I mean, that ball shot out of here.
He did it easily.
Yeah.
Now Dave Henderson is up. And the A's have 5 hits. That ball is popped up foul and out of play. Pat O'Brien, you never looked better.
Thank you very much, Jack. And Esther Canseco looks very lovely tonight here. And I was just asking Esther about Jose's finger, and I guess it's okay.
Yeah, it's a lot better.
I guess so.
Good thing you were ignoring me and watching that.
Yeah, that was just great. Fantastic.
Well, congratulations. We'll talk to you later tonight. Back to you guys.
And ball outside evens the count to Dave Henderson. 1-1. Pat O'Brien looked good in that company, didn't he?
I'll say.
Henderson singled his first time. Couldn't pull the trigger. He's in the hole. They move in a step at second and short, trying for the double play. And against left-handers, well, Dave Henderson's batting average zooms high. McGuire the runner. Two balls, 2 strikes. Jose has just tied this game with an opposite field home run. Ball 3 to Dave Henderson. Now the runner with 1 out might go. What do you think, Tim?
No, absolutely. The speed of the runner really doesn't matter on a 3-2 count. What's important is how much contact the hitter makes. And Dave Henderson against Danny Jackson, he'll make contact more than likely.
Runner not going, and a foul keeps it 3-2. Well, I wonder why Tony La Russa went that way.
I'm surprised. One of the ancillary things that you do stay out of the double play. But you also have that runner going. He could get to third base on a base hit that he normally wouldn't be on third. That's the advantage of sending him. The only disadvantage is a strikeout. You have a good matchup, lefty against a righty.
Still not going. And ball 4. Well, that is the first walk given by Danny Jackson. First and second, 1 out. And Lou Piniella sends somebody down to the bullpen. Scott Scudder warms up for the second time tonight. Stan Williams is the pitching coach, and he goes out to visit Jackson.
Kind of interesting, Tony La Russa not sending McGuire then 2 straight pitches. I think Tony prides himself on being unpredictable.
There's one little thing, Tim. Sometimes when you start the runner, you force the batter to swing at that borderline 3-2 pitch. And maybe he was afraid Henderson would chase a bad ball.
Well, if that were the case, you would never send the runner at first base then. We talked about that pitch sequence to Jose Canseco. The slider down and in, the slider down and in. Here's the first pitch. Danny Jackson misses with the slider down and in. And then on the second pitch, he comes right back with a slider down and in. And now with the count 2 balls and no strikes, Third pitch right into the lair of Jose Canseco.
Now here's a line drive foul by Willie Randolph with 2 on and 1 out here in the third inning. And Jackson is having difficulties handling these A's. The batter, Randolph, left 2 on in the first.
And just misses an extra base hit right here. The Athletics approach left-handed pitching differently, as do the Reds. The Reds hit .280 against left-handers this year. The Athletics .277. Both teams are much better against left-handed pitching.
Jackson ahead on the count to Willie Randolph. And out of play, strike 2. 7 of Oakland's 14 batters have reached base in this game. And 5 hits, a walk, and an error. And the A's have tied it here in the top of the third. At second base, it's Mark McGuire. Running at first is Dave Henderson. Two. Randolph had 1 hit last night. He's 1 for 5 in this series. Jackson on the ropes. Scudder in the bullpen. 2 on, 1 out. 2 and 2. Crowd wanted that call.
See Joe Oliver shifting outside, and that pitch just low.
Ball 3 to Willie Randolph. Again, we'll see if the runners go. 3 and 2, first and second, 1 out.
Both managers unpredictable. Lou Piniella as unpredictable as La Russa. He didn't send McGuire from first. We'll see if he sends him from second.
Perhaps it depends on the hitter. Dave Henderson previously and Willie Randolph now.
Well, certainly Randolph is not a strikeout hitter. He's a guy who makes contact consistently.
Runners are going. And a foul out of play. I guess it makes a difference who's hitting, huh?
Evidently.
So Tony gives us a little changeup, a little off-speed pitch on the bases. And with the runners going, Randolph has to make contact. There's a left-handed batter on deck. Even if he loses Randolph, Jackson will probably stay in it. I'm not certain of that, but that's the way it would seem. 2-2 here in the third. Runners going. Ball 4 loads him up. Second walk by Jackson, both in this inning. And because the left-handed batter Hasse is coming up, Jackson apparently is going to get an opportunity to pitch.
Lou Piniella just put 2 fingers up and telling the middle infielders to play for 2, and that's why the middle infielders are in double play depth and not in to cut off the run. You have a slow runner at the plate, so if he does hit a ground ball fairly hard to the middle infielders, you'll get your double play. 3 for 33 against left-handers this year. Here's Ron Hasse.
Ball 1. McGuire the lead runner. Jackson has walked the last 2, and he can't find his best stuff. A home run, a single, and 2 walks in this inning, and Jackson behind on the count. Ball 2. As the catcher visits Jackson, we see Mark McGuire at third. Dave Henderson at second, and Willie Randolph at first base. Jim Kahn, what are you thinking down there?
Well, Jack and Tim, you know, Tim referred to the strike zone earlier. Every hitter establishes their own strike zone, and every umpire does also. This has nothing to do with their ability, but the scouting report on Rocky Rowe in the American League is he is a hitter's umpire. And I think there's a lot of close pitches tonight that Danny Jackson is looking in, wondering why they aren't strikes, and it's bothering him back upstairs.
He's going to have to come to Hasse here. 2 balls, no strikes. And a fly ball for Eric Davis, and the runner tags. And the throw home is wide of the mark, and the A's take the lead 3-2. So Hasse didn't give Cincinnati the double play they were hoping for. And McGuire scores. The A's have tied it and taken the lead here in the 3rd inning, 3-2.
You know, Jack, so much depends on the count. By running deeper in the count and falling that much further behind, then a hitter knows what area he's going to get a ball. He knows he's going to get a strike. If you, for instance, if you throw Ron Hasse this same pitch on the first pitch, he probably doesn't hit it as hard to left and drive the run in.
And might try to pull it and hit into the double play.
Yeah, right, but with the count 2-0, he had to come, Jackson had to come right to Hasse, and Ron drives in the run to put the Athletics ahead.
Kind of looked like he got the pitch in the location that he was thinking about. So McGuire scores the lead run. And the batter is Gallego, seeking his first hit in the series. He could widen the lead, 2 on, 2 out. Throw to first, and a wild throw. 1 runner advances. So Joe Oliver commits an error, sending Dave Henderson to third. Second Cincinnati boot of the night. Miller trying to catch Willie Randolph sleeping down there. Willie stayed at first as Henderson scooted to third.
Well, what that does, it opens up second base, and now the possibility of a double steal with the light-hitting Gallego up. Mike only hit .206 during the year, but good career numbers against Jackson.
3-2, the A's are leading here in the 3rd, and these Cincinnati fans are quiet. A tough game for Jackson so far. And that's ball 1 to Gallego to even the count 1-1. Down not only quiet, but restless. You can hear him groaning down there.
The only possible sign Gallego can be looking for is a steal sign. So that's a sign that he's looking for in which he is not involved. If Randolph does go, Oliver's got to know what he's going to do with the ball. Is he going to throw through or not?
Gallego drills one into center to add to the lead. His first hit of the series, and it's 4-2. Ooh, say the fans. They don't like what's going on here, and the Oakland fans love it. They lead 4-2, and if they let Bob Welch get any further out in front, well, this one is going to be over early. Here comes Stan Williams. He'll make the switch. RBI hit by Gallego, making it 4-2. He drilled it into center field as Jackson was again behind on the count, and that hit brings Scott Scudder into the game.
We're here to compare the Nike Air Flight Lite with the Super Dave Slam Dunk Catapult.
This whole thing is covered with genuine Saskatchewan salmon skin for real safety.
This is the lightest Nike basketball shoe on earth.
Let's check it out.
This beauty's going to stop halfway and then launch me 37 feet in the air. Here we go. I think I broke my face.
Well, of course you did.
God, that hurt.
Friends, I bring you great news from Best Western, my new home, America. Like you, Best Western is remodeling, changing to better serve the people. And soon there will be Best Westerns here in the Soviet Union.
Great news, Koverjakov. But what is Best Western?
I guess this glasnost thing will take some time.
Hey, guys, is that who I think it is?
No, he's taller than that.
He's sitting down.
What's he eating? I don't know, it looks like a Big Mac.
Hey, guys, it's not him.
What's he doing around McDonald's?
Michael Jordan.
We know it's Michael Jordan. Go ahead, say
Come on,
something.
you can do it. Yes, awesome. Yes. Where'd he go?
Looking for someone? I saw you peeking on.
Are you Michael Jordan?
No.
See, I told you guys. Oh, God.
The critics hail WIOU, giving it 4 stars. This is a winner, a standout. They're calling it a first-class drama. WIOU crackles with taut, acidic dialogue, a richly entertaining hour in the tradition of L.A. law. It's CBS's classiest new act. WIOU premieres next Wednesday.
Here's the man, Canseco, has started this 3-run third with a home run. And Danny Jackson really dismayed at the way he pitched. 2 2/3 innings, 4 runs, 6 hits, walked 2, struck out none. And Scott Scudder, 5 and 5 during the year, into pitch to Bob Welch. And the first pitch low. Welch lined out his first time. And I'm sure Welch would have preferred to hit against the left-hander rather than Scudder. 2 on, 2 out. Oakland's already left 3, but they lead 4-2. That's ball 2.
You might say that big deal Canseco hit a solo homer. How can that spawn a rally for the Athletics? Well, it just wakes everybody up. Not only that he hit a home run, but the dimensions and the awesome right field, opposite field power by Canseco.
2 balls and a strike. Jim Cott, what's going on?
Well, Lou Piniella giving Rocky Rowe a piece of his mind. Doesn't like the strike zone either.
2 balls and a strike to count to Welch. And a foul back here makes it 2-2. Welch feeling good about the runs the A's have scored here in the third, and there's the plate umpire. And he might be, I don't have an opinion myself, might be squeezing the pitcher over at second base. It's Willie Randolph, and Gallego with a 2-out hit is on at first. And Welch, did he go around? No, says the umpire at first. I certainly thought he swung the bat. It's a full count of 3-2. I really did.
I thought his body went around. Let's see if it... I thought his body went around. Of course, on replays, it always... I think you've got a guy who agrees with you, Jack. Lou.
There's one. Anyhow. Now the runners will go on 3-2. And he did strike him out in the end of the road. 3 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, 2 left, 5 left for the A's, but they've taken a 4-2 lead. And here's the Canseco home run, which tied the game. We'll return to Riverfront Stadium after this word from your local station.
CBS presents You Make the Call. On Thursday's episode of Dr. Doctor, Mike is flying on a private jet when he hears sounds of lovemaking coming from the cockpit. Should he say,
"You'll have so much fun, you won't want to get off"?
Or should he say,
"All this time I thought first class only meant an extra bag of peanuts"?
You make the call. Stay tuned.
This is CBS.
Hey, come here often. I'm new in town, and I can't stop thinking about you.
Risky. Of course I respect you. Your eyes are like twin stars on the sensitive kind of guy. Shall we dance?
I said, then he said, then I said, then he said, then I said. Foster! I feel good. What a great beer.
Hey, guys, once in a while you gotta try something different.
Something Chris, something Cole.
Something Foster.
Break the mold with imported Fosters. It's Australian for beer.
Your bank charging you to use your own money? Every time you write a check, they charge you? Every time you use their ATMs, they charge you? It adds up fast. Well, that's why you should be checking at Great Western. With a Great Western checking account, there's no per-check charge. No charge to use their ATMs. You keep that money. Check with Great Western Bank. Call and ask for the branch nearest you.
And now, on with the opera.
From the people who brought you big screen television comes the sound to go with it.
Frankly, my dear, I don't give it.
Mitsubishi Home Theater Systems. Now play at a dealer near you.
Hollywood
moment, ex-wives tell all. Next, Geraldo.
John Moran captains the Goodyear Blimp America. And a look at the ballpark and downtown Cincinnati. And we say hi to the folks in the Persian Gulf. Now the crowd trying to whoop it up here. Reds are trailing 4-2, and Bob Welch will be pitching to the top of the order. Larkin had a double and scored in the first. We'll see if the Reds can come back against this 27-game winner. The back-to-back doubles by Larkin and Hatcher, their only hits of the game. Plus a walk to Duncan in the second. And ball one to Larkin.
The one thing the Reds have going for them, away from the Coliseum in Oakland, Bob Welch gave up about 2 runs a game more than he did at the Coliseum. His earned run average under 2 in Oakland.
And the shot into right field in front of Canseco. Larkin is 2 for 2.
Something you may have overlooked. You remember the walk to Mariano Duncan back in the second inning?
Correct.
It allowed Danny Jackson to hit. That allows Barry Larkin to lead off the inning. Some of those little things are missed occasionally, but we said it last night. When you get your first batter on, there's a 51% chance that he'll score. If he's on with 1 out, a 16% chance. And here Larkin's on with nobody out.
And Hatcher is up and Welch steps on. Not only that, it kept Lou Piniella from making a double switch when he brought in Scudder from the bullpen to relieve Danny Jackson. And a strike to Hatcher. He doubled, drove home a run, and scored a run in the first. He's the tying run at the plate. It's 4 for 4 with a walk in this series. Lou Piniella in a jam here early, trailing 4-2 third inning. And a pretty well hit ball into the gap. And a bad break for Cincinnati on the ground rule double. But the tying runs are at second and third with nobody out. Larkin would have scored had the ball stayed in play. And Hatcher is 5 for 5.
4 doubles. He's been on base 6 straight times. Billy Hatcher with his 4th double in 5 at-bats. And Barry Larkin scores easily on this ball, as Jack said, but unfortunately, it bounces over the fence, a ground rule double. But there are no outs.
Sure, the Oakland fans were happy to see that ball hit the turf and jump high and go out of play. The batter is O'Neill, flying to center his first time. Now the fans are back in this game. And a fly ball to short left. The runners will not move. 1 out. O'Neill couldn't get around on Welch, but frequently he does hit the ball in that area.
Well, see, you know, you think about it, with a runner at second and nobody out, you try to pull the ball. With a runner on second and third and nobody out, if you pull the ball, you not only score a runner, but you move the runner to third. You do 2 good things, get an RBI with just 1 at bat. And that's the one thing, try to be productive. If you're going to make an out, try to make it on the right side of the field.
So that was not a good at bat for Paul O'Neill, and here's Eric Davis. He grounded to short his first time and drove in a run. He was late on that one. It would not be beyond Bob Welch to pitch out of this jam. He's already picked up the first out.
They try to pitch Eric Davis above the hands. That means high. And when you talk about high, you have to go with a high fastball. We'll see how Welch works it.
Foul on a half swing, strike 2, and that high fastball is one of the strengths of Bob Welch. And he certainly could use the strikeout. Runner at third base is Larkin. And the red-hot Billy Hatcher at second, 1 out. Eric Davis in the hole, 0-2. to the pitcher, and the runners stay. 2 out. Now that's going to put all the pressure on the next batter. Second and third, nobody out. They're still there, 2 out.
Barry Larkin at third base, trying to make sure the ball gets over Welch's head. And you're really hung up as a base runner. Nothing much you can do. You're dead if you try to go home.
And Hassey went out to talk to his pitcher. Base open. Morris up, and a right-handed batter, Sabo next. Let's see how they come after Al Morris, who grounded to third his first time. Ball 1. A hit would likely tie it. It's 4-2 A's here in the third inning. Second and third, 2 out.
I think you go right at Hal Morris, even though it is early, if you pitch around him and Sabo connects. Morris representing the go-ahead run, potentially.
And a strike in there from Bob Welch, 1-1.
See, you can't get consumed with pitching around hitters, especially in the early innings. It's really too early to worry about matchups. I think you try to go at every hitter. Maybe in the middle, late innings, you worry about pitching around a guy. Not now.
There's another strike to Hal Morris. Tony's team almost ready to wriggle out of this inning. And it would be dismaying to Cincinnati if the A's do so. Jackie Moore, one of the coaches, chatting with Pinella. 1-2. 2-2. A's have 6 hits, the Reds 4. Cincinnati needs a 2-out hit. And a foul keeps him up there. The ball really whistled into the seats. These fans, by the way, are very close to the action here. Not at all like Oakland, where there's plenty of room to chase foul balls. It's a different sort of park. Morris is 1 out of 5 in series play. At the start of the inning, a double by Hatcher and the bad break on the ground rule double. Neal retired, Davis retired. 2-2 to Morris. To the third baseman, Lansford. The inning's over, and a tough inning for Cincinnati. They left 2, they've left 3, and after 3 they trail 4-2.
Did you know only 1-800-SERVICE can drive business further? 1-800-SERVICE connects calls 25% faster and has the fewest blocked calls. AT&T 800-SERVICE. Our superior performance gets more calls through so you can get more customers. 800 calls that get through. Another AT&T advantage. Drive up your sales. Get free installation on domestic AT&T 800-SERVICE.
Memphis Belle, thrilling entertainment. It will make you cheer. Rex Reed. And Us Magazine calls it this year's feel-good movie. Memphis Belle, rated PG-13. Now playing at a theater near you.
To help relieve her heartburn, her antacid uses an aluminum salt, but his is Tums. Tums is aluminum-free. Tums has calcium.
Something my body needs anyway. I like that.
Tums. Quote.
Celica, one of the most eye-catching cars of the year. Auto Magazine. The performance is stunning. Sports Car International.
Unquote. The 1991 Toyota Celica. Enough said.
The second take was the favorite, so if you picked...
All this time, I thought first class only meant an extra bag of peanuts.
You made the right call, and that's what you'll see on Dr. Doctor at its new time Thursday.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 2 of the 1990 World Series is brought to you by Toyota's quality line of cars and trucks. Toyota, I love what you do for me. Nike, who reminds you to just do it. And by Michelob Dry Beer. Once you experience the bold taste with no aftertaste, there's no going back.
Ricky Henderson to lead off at the top of the fourth inning. And to show you what kind of company that Ricky Henderson keeps, what does he have in common to George Herman Ruth and Lou Gehrig? Well, he's third in slugging percentage in postseason play. For his career, he is third. Ruth is first, Gehrig is second. Now, what is slugging percentage? It's total bases divided by at-bats. The batting average is hits divided by at-bats. So the slugging percentage here by a leadoff hitter.
Scott Scudder moves Henderson off the dish here, and we're underway in the fourth.
Not only that, that .463 on-base percentage is third behind Gehrig and Ruth. So slugging percentage, it's Ruth, Gehrig, Henderson. And on-base percentage, it's Gehrig, Ruth, and Henderson. That's remarkable.
And Henderson complains about that called strike, 1-1. Ricky has a hit and a stolen base and a run scored in this game, 1 for 2. Henderson, Lansford, and Canseco here in the fourth for the A's. Scudder misses with the breaking ball. This pitcher in relief of Danny Jackson. Wish we could hear him. I wonder what he's saying. Don't be too anxious. And a strike. The A's have 6 hits, including the Canseco home run, and they've been given 2 walks.
Ricky having a little conversation with his business partner right there. Only about 8 inches away. That bat of his.
Ball 4, and he dances down to first. Now Scudder is off on the wrong foot here in the fourth inning. That's driving Piniella crazy, and Stan Williams, the pitching coach. And the batter is Carney Lansford. A little different batting order tonight for the A's against the southpaw starter. Lansford 0 for 1 with a sacrifice. Henderson swiped the base in the first.
That was his 18th in postseason plays. 2 now. 2 behind Davey Lopes.
Crowd not enjoying this one bit. 4-2 A's here in the fourth inning. As Oakland tries to get even in the series. On a hit and run, the ball to the second baseman Duncan, and 1 out, and they advance the runner. This La Russa changes it up. He's different all the time.
Yep, we talked about his unpredictability. Instead of getting Henderson to second on the steal, he elects to hit and run with Lansford. Look at that defensive hitting by Carney Lansford, moving Henderson to second base. Ricky could have been a hurdler too, as you see. Another Edwin Moses. And he's at second with 1 out, and you got to watch the steal of third now.
I figure they get him to second, he might take third on his own. The batter is Canseco. Outfielders deep and straight away. First with an infield out, and then popped the opposite field home run in the third.
It's interesting. Watch Henderson back off out of the baseline and then walk into the baseline to be mobile when the pitch is in the hitting area.
Mobile without taking that too long lead.
That's right. If he's too long, they throw behind him and pick him off.
That's the spin move by Scudder, which is designed to keep the runner close to the base.
So Henderson backs off now out of the baseline. He moves into the baseline, thereby being mobile when the ball's in the hitting area. And he'll be mobile if he elects to steal third, too.
He's fun to watch, especially if you're on his team. Scudder misses to Canseco.
See, obviously, this is a type lead that you would never take at first base. You don't have that luxury. If you got that far off, you've got a guy holding you on. But at second base, there's nobody holding you on. So you have the luxury of moving into the baseline.
Ricky's at second, one out. And a strike. 1 and 2.
Canseco doesn't like the call. Rocky Rowe really having a lot of problems with both sides, but that ball looked like a good strike. Fat
Right
strike.
down the middle.
Yeah.
That is right. Maybe Jose is upset that he didn't swing. He'd like that pitch back, perhaps. Different look at Henderson's lead. He's trying to measure Scudder, there's no doubt. Breaking ball gets Jose Canseco for the second out of the inning.
See, Canseco's talking about the pitch before he struck out. You can't be talking about that because when you swing and miss with 2 strikes, that's a strikeout. So he goes right back to Rocky Rowe and complains about that 1-1 fastball.
Now Larkin is in from short. I'm pretty sure I know what he's saying to Scudder. Never mind this guy at second base. There are 2 out. Get the batter. Ooh, man, they're hot. Both benches are hot at the umpire. Glad we can't hear it. Ball 1 to McGuire, has had 2 singles and a run scored. After being 0 for 3 last night. Anderson at second, 2 out. And that's ball 2. Well, there's Jack Armstrong, who started the All-Star game, warming up in the Cincinnati bullpen now.
Started against Bob Welch.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Back to Wrigley Field, perhaps. 2-0 to the batter. Foul ball makes it 2-1. Boy, this lineup of Oakland's is good, from Henderson, Lansford, Canseco, McGuire, Henderson. Top 5 are terrific. Day off tomorrow. Action continues Friday. CBS Sports coverage of this 1990 World Series will be in Oakland at 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Game 3, Tom Browning against Mike Moore. Friday on CBS Sports. A's leading 4-2, 4th inning, trying to widen their lead. Canseco still moaning and groaning.
There are looks and there are glares. That was a glare.
3-1. Ball 4. 2 walks in this inning and 4 in the game given to Oakland. 2 by the starter Jackson, 2 by Scudder. That brings out Stan Williams. They're the starters for the Friday game. Another left-hander, and Tom Browning probably doesn't like the way the A's treated Danny Jackson tonight, and Mike Moore, the right-hander for Oakland Friday night. And come Saturday, we have a college football doubleheader. Penn State against BC, Boston College. And then look at that one at 3:30 Eastern. Miami, number 2, against Notre Dame at Notre Dame. And then that night, Game 4 of the World Series here on CBS Sports. Scudder now pitching to Dave Henderson. 2 on, 2 out. Fly ball high in the air for Hatcher. Should end the inning. And Hatcher has it. 2 left. Oakland has left 7, but they still lead 4-2.
IBM presents You Make the Call. On a high pop-up in foul territory, the first baseman jumps over the dugout fence to make the catch. Is the batter out? You make the call.
As your business changes, an ordinary computer may not support your demands. You need a computer that was designed for change. An IBM PS2 with microchip. When you shuffle things around, you can easily add advanced cards for complex imaging, networking, multimedia, and more. So instead of an ordinary computer, to play your cards right, how are you going to do it? PS2 it.
Remember, the dugout is in play, so if you said the catch is good, you made the right call. Besides, if you can hop the fence and still make a catch, you deserve the out.
There are nearly 4 million miles of roads in this beautiful country. But only half of them are paved. The Toyota 4Runner. Where you go is your concern. Getting you back is ours.
I love what you do for me, Toyota.
There are those who thirst for something different, something beyond the ordinary. For them, there is a beer that refreshes like no other. Michelob Dry. Once you've experienced its bold taste, with no aftertaste, there's no going back.
Jim Cott down below home plate at Riverfront Stadium. Tim talks about where they play hitters, where they pitch them, and every ball club has a pitching chart like this. For example, Ricky Henderson, the leadoff hitter, it was a fastball one, then a strike, and then a slider for a strike. Tells where he hit it, and it gives managers and pitchers an idea where to pitch him, where to play him. Let's go back upstairs to Jack and Tim.
And managers pay an awful lot of attention to that. Chris Sabo leads off and flies into right field for Jose Canseco. One out here in the fourth inning, with Oakland leading by the score of 4-2. 4 in a row set down by Welch, who will pitch to Joe Oliver. Each team has had men on base in each half inning. Wasted a great opportunity in the third. Had runners at second and third, nobody out, and didn't score.
There's Tom Browning, the starting pitcher in Friday night's contest in Oakland.
Blowing away from Welch, 2-1 to Oliver.
I think one of the early strategic moves that was favorable was the move, as you see, Rene Lanchman keeping the Oakland chart. But it was a favorable move by Lou Piniella, pitching Browning on Friday night and not here in Cincinnati. The reason for that is Browning's propensity to throw fly balls. He threw more fly ball outs than any major league pitcher.
Oliver gets one into the gap with one man out. His first hit in the World Series. He ends up at second with one out. The fifth hit against Bob Welch.
4 doubles, 2 by Hatcher, 1 by Larkin, and now 1 by Oliver. I'll tell you, when a hitter goes back through the middle or the other way, he's got to keep that front shoulder in there. Joe Oliver, normally a pull hitter. You become a much better hitter when you try to hit the ball back through the box, and that's what Oliver appeared to be doing there.
Well, the batter now is Duncan. And ball one, and after Duncan, the pitcher. For that reason, there's more activity in the bullpen with Jack Armstrong. A one-out double by Joe Oliver. The Reds have left 3. Oakland, after stranding 11 last night, has left 7 in the first 4 innings here. 7 come 11. Duncan fouls it 1-1. Todd Benzinger, the likely pinch hitter for Scudder. action in this one, and the A's leading 4-2 fourth inning. Duncan had 10 home runs during the season. Hits it to Gallego. That's the second out. Gallego playing short with Walt Weiss out of this World Series. Now they switch to Oster. And he will bat for Scudder. Runner at second, 2 out. You don't want to miss any opportunities, Tim.
Ron Oster, the hero in Friday night's game, a pinch hit in the 7th inning. He eventually scored on a pinch hit by Luis Quiñones when Cincinnati beat the Pirates 2-1 to clinch the National League pennant. He's from Cincinnati. He is not sure whether his contract will be renewed this year. Cincinnati has the option. And I guess Dave Duncan out to talk to Bob Welch about his options.
Just reminding his pitcher about how to pitch to Oster. And Mark McGuire comes in on that conversation.
I'll tell you, in the pinch hit department, Cincinnati really has some flexibility. They have Oster, Bensinger, and Quiñones, all of whom are switch hitters. So as far as Tony La Russa is concerned, he obviously knows that you can't right and left the Cincinnati Reds pinch hitting pool.
Runner is at second with 2 out, and Oster bats from the left side against Welch. And fouls the first one away. Each team continues to put men on base in each half inning. We've had a long but interesting battle here at Riverfront Stadium. Ball, 1 strike. And a chopper foul. 1-2.
Ron Oster had his knee torn up when Mookie Wilson, now at the Toronto Blue Jays, Mookie was with the Mets back in 1986. A severe injury to Oster. He was out 1.5 years rehabilitating that knee and has made a remarkable comeback and has hooked on another 2 or 3 years to his career.
Yeah, he had a terrible injury and a very serious operation. And he hits it up the middle. Are we going to have a play at the plate? Dave Henderson throws. He is safe. The Reds get a run. Oster down to second with 2 out.
By Sam Palazzo, the third base coach, sending the slow-footed Joe Oliver. Dave Henderson makes a throw. It looks like he can't believe it. That's an in-between hop, the toughest hop for a catcher to handle. If you leave the plate and catch it on the short hop, you have to come back for the tag. You can't back up to get a good hop. Literally between a rock and a hard place. And a hard place the Athletics are in right now, a 1-run ball game.
Tying run at second, 2 out, and Larkin takes a strike. There was no error charged on the play. They figured Oster would have taken second on the play at the plate anyhow.
Well, you know, he had stopped at first base. So I think an error should be given on the throw home. He had stopped at first base, and now an error is flashed up there.
And the pitch just misses to Larkin. So the A's have made 1 error, and the Reds have made 2. Oliver was huffing and puffing trying to get home, and he did. It's 4-3 now with the A's on top, 4th inning. Big swing by Larkin, 1-2.
This is why an error was attributed to Dave Henderson, because Oster stops on the throw, and now the ball gets by Hesse, and Oster continues to second. That's why the error was given.
To the catcher.
Oh, to the catcher.
Yeah.
That's a bad error right there. Whoever gave that error has never tried to catch an in-between hop.
Count goes to 2-2 to Larkin, who's 2 for 2 tonight with a single, a double, and 2 runs scored. Tying run at second, 2 out. Long game for Bob Welch. He's made a lot of pitches here early. Stewart hoping his club can come back tonight. And the easy out for McGuire, and the Reds are still a run shy. 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left. They've left 5 after 4, a 1-run game.
I see you've selected the ultimate adventure. Vehicle preference?
Toyota 4x4, the black one.
Excellent choice.
A 1991 Toyota 4x4. The ultimate adventure.
Pizza Hut presents the $4 pizza deal.
We get 1 pizza.
Regular price.
The 4 more pizzas are each?
$4.
What about a Supreme?
Regular price.
And a pepperoni lovers?
$4.
How about 3 sausage pizzas?
Regular price, $4.
5 Super Supremes.
Regular price, $4. $4.
For a limited time, first pizza regular price up to 4 more, just $4 each.
Okay, how about a meat lovers, 2 pepperoni lovers, a Ferrari, and a sausage pizza?
Regular price, $4. $145,580. $4.
Some people think he's a Superman. But when a 43-year-old has to throw 75 fastballs, even Nolan Ryan's muscles can ache. So after the game, it's the medicine doctors recommend most for sprains and strains, Advil.
For me, it's a couple of Advil, and those muscle aches are long gone. And Advil's gentler on my stomach than aspirin.
Today, it isn't aspirin or Tylenol. It's Advil.
I feel ready to go another 9 innings.
Advil, tablets and caplets, advanced medicine for pain.
Thursday, the hunt is on.
Witnesses say they saw a red blur.
For the fastest man alive.
I've cross-indexed every piece of data I could find. News footage, reported sightings. I'll have the man behind the mask by Friday.
Who hired you?
I know you're the Flash.
The Flash, Thursday at 8:30.
Everybody ready? Remember, smile after the flash.
Dr. Doctor on its new night and time, Thursday after the Flash.
This game summary is sponsored by Budweiser.
Well, 12 of the first 23 A's batters have reached, and Oakland scored 1 in the first, 3 in the third. The Reds have cut the lead now, 4-3, after having a 2-1 lead in the first inning. Oster drove in their 3rd run as a pinch hitter. So there's no telling how this one is going to end as we go into the 5th, and Jack Armstrong takes over the pitching for Cincinnati. Ball 1. If the A's want some more fastballs to swing at, they'll get them.
Talk about a piece of Americana. Here is Jack Armstrong pitching with the American flag on his chest. How about that?
All-American boy. And a bouncer to Larkin off the bat of Randolph. 1 out of the 5th. Reminds us to say hello to Pete Rose. We've been trying to get in touch with him by phone, by mail, to see if we can get a word from him and a salute to all of his friends and to his teammates, but no such luck. But we haven't forgotten Pete, nor have his Cincinnati teammates. Hasse takes ball 1, and of course when you come to the ballpark, there's Pete Rose Way right outside the park, so how can you forget him? Strike to Hasse. Reached on an error and drove in a run with a fly ball.
I think the Reds player that's been most vocal about Pete, Ron Oster, who drove in the 3rd run in the last inning. He and Pete very, very close friends. There's Ronnie. His 2nd consecutive pinch hit in postseason play. Pete Rose fan growing up.
3-1 from Armstrong. Armstrong, 12-9 for the year, started the All-Star game and lost his effectiveness. He had been 11-3, ended up 12-9. Second baseman Duncan. Passing out by plenty. Well, speaking of Pete Rose, there's one of his baseball running mates, Hall of Famer Johnny Bench. I want to say hello to his father, who's in the hospital down in Oklahoma City. John Rooney alongside, and Vince Scully and Norman Bear, the CBS Radio Sports Baseball Group. Johnny Bench's mother just left the hospital, and his father just went into the hospital in Oklahoma City. There are two out here in the fifth, and the batter is Mike Gallego, who drove home a run in the third. There's Walt Weiss, to whom your heart goes out. Bad left knee, can't play. And his replacement at short, Gallego at the dish, pops it up. That should be the third out. Al Morris, the first baseman, wants it. Down go the A's, 1, 2, 3. Into the bottom of the fifth we go. The A's leading 4-3.
We're here to compare the Nike Air Flight Lite with the Super Dave rocket shoe.
This features genuine Saskatchewan salmon skin for real safety. This is the lightest Nike basketball shoe on earth.
Let's go check it out.
With my launching ramp and my rocket shoe, it's no contest. Hit the ramp and rocket 22 feet in the air. Here we go. I'm going to hit the ramp. Oh, I missed it.
Oh, I hurt my spleen.
Well, of course you did.
I'm going to miss my spleen.
14 sales calls, 6 cities, 2 days.
Oh, and don't forget your mother's birthday.
Sanders. Why don't I have his number?
I have a listing for a Sanders Pharmacy on Elm Street.
Can I get delivery in a week?
Well, I'll call the warehouse in Houston. Can I use your phone?
When you're on the road, nobody has more ways to help you than AT&T.
Hello, Mom. Of course I'm eating right. I got just the thing for your birthday.
AT&T, how can we help you?
When it's your business, you do what you have to do. For example, if a customer needs something in a hurry and you have to unload the truck yourself, you do it. That's what an owner does for a customer. That's why I rent cars from Avis.
Avis is the only major rent-a-car company owned by its employees, and they're trying harder with Roving Rapid Return, a computerized drop-off system now at more locations than ever to get you on your way faster.
They say that you can't please everybody. I say an owner's sure gonna try.
Avis, we're trying harder than ever.
As a Major League Baseball player, Glenn Davis is well known as a power hitter. But off the field, he's an even bigger hit. You see, in Houston and his home state of Georgia, Glenn Davis provides for abused children something he didn't have, a childhood filled with love and care. By helping these children feel the thrill of life, Glenn Davis is batting 1,000, and we salute him.
The preceding message was furnished by Major League Baseball.
The hospitality of the folks here in the Queen City has been terrific. There's the John Roebling Bridge between Kentucky and Ohio, and Pete Rose Way, and a Cincinnati fan. Yet another. There are a lot of ways to look at a ball game, and this youngster enjoyed it. And souvenirs all over this town, and the John Roebling Bridge. And now, here we go into the bottom of the fifth, and a foul ball goes out of play off the bat of Billy Hatcher. Take another look at the city of Cincinnati from the Goodyear blimp. Captain John Moran showing the way. The city reminds me a lot of my hometown, St. Louis. It really is a wonderful place to live and work. Well, here's Billy Hatcher, and he's trying to tie a World Series record. And he bunts the ball. This will be a tough play. 6 hits in a row for Hatcher. Three hits last night, plus a walk. 3 hits tonight on the bunt single. Tying run on in the bottom of the fifth inning.
6 straight hits ties him with Goose Goslin, who did it in 1924 for the Senators. Thurman Munson did it against the Reds in '76. the 6th consecutive hit for Billy Hatcher, his 7th consecutive time on base. 6 hits and a walk. Remarkable.
And it brings up O'Neill, who's 0 for 2 this inning. Oakland leading 4-3, 5th inning. Hatcher, a base-stealing threat. Welch steps off. Some of those photographs, all of those photographs of Cincinnati by Heinz Klutzmeyer. Some wonderful work to show you this city from a different angle. In the top of this inning, look out, it was the first time either team had gone down 1-2-3.
I don't think there's anybody in baseball that throws to first base more than Bob Welch. Remember we said last night, Tony La Russa loves to call a step off for a pitcher and throws to first base.
Ball 1 to Paul O'Neill. He is seeking his first series hit after having a very hot series against Pittsburgh, both in the field and at the plate. Hatcher lengthens his lead. So Welch steps off.
See how Welch buries everything. He'll step off once, he'll throw over there, he'll quick pitch. Only 17 attempted steals in 238 innings. Not a lot of attempts.
Pretty close over there. Oh, so apparently he keeps them close, and with Steinbach or Hasse doing the catching, the A's are effective at taking care of base runners.
That was very, very close.
In case you look at Welch and say he looks big, he's 6'3". There's a pop fly to the second base position, Willie Randolph. That's the first out, so O'Neill failed to advance the runner.
We told you about Billy Hatcher tying a record for consecutive hits. Goose Goslin did it for the Senators. And then Thurman Munson. And then Billy Hatcher.
The Cincinnati club is still trying to overcome that third inning when they had a single and a double to start the frame. Second and third, nobody out, and failed to score. Here is Eric Davis, 0 for 2 with an RBI.
What was that old line about the Washington Senators? First in war, first in peace, last in the American League.
Goose Goslin. Haven't heard that name in a long while. Reminds you of Goose Gossage. This plate umpire, Rocky Roll, reminds us of Rocky Bridges, who played here. Rocky Nelson, Rocky Colavito. And a lot of Rockies who didn't have that name who played this game.
Rocky Roman numeral 1 through 5.
Up and in to Davis. Eric hit that powerful home run here last night. And Cincinnati won the game 7-0. Tonight the A's lead 4-3, bottom of the 5th. Hatcher might do some running. 1 on, 1 out. Had lengthened his lead and had an idea, and Welch picks off what would be the tying run, 2 out.
Watch the right foot of Billy Hatcher. You see that little move with the right foot? And he knew it, that if Welch drew over there, even though the tag appeared to be high, you see the right foot? When that right foot goes up, yeah, the tag, he's out easily at first base. Big pickoff by Bob Welch.
Davis with the bases empty now. And that's ball 2. Well, Billy Hatcher has done a lot of things, but just was picked off with Davis at the plate, and that hurt Cincinnati. Pops him up for the final out with Willie Randolph set to catch it. And 5 innings have been played. A's on top 4-3. We'll return to Riverfront Stadium after this word from your local station.
Who've come face to face with real danger.
The guy was crazed. He was in a blind rage.
Sometimes forced to step far beyond the line of duty.
I felt my weight shift, and I was going with him.
Reliving the shocking true stories they thought they'd never live to tell. Tough Cups, Thursday at 8.
This is CBS.
And my initial reaction was, who can I strangle?
I'm never going to use a system like this again. You can't even transfer it to another office right next door to you.
This person is angry because they've been sitting on hold.
It was a mess.
You cannot hook in your modem. You cannot hook in your auto dial.
To expand my phone system, it'll take 8 to 16 weeks.
Pacific Bell and Centrex gave me things like voicemail, hunting, and parking. Call pickup.
The very latest technology.
It's sitting down there and they upgraded it. You just plug it in. Call PacBell, say, add this feature.
That's it.
My base, and then mutual funds for diversification. I mean, it's all quite...
Hi, glad you could make it. If you want a future, futures are the only way. 5 years from now, I plan to sell it for 10 times what I get. In my opinion, investment is timing.
Simple Steps to Smart Investing was created to give you an overall view of today's investment choices. Pick up yours only at Home Fed Bank.
I have just one thing to say. Recycling.
Some premium gasolines claim high performance. Some even claim low emissions. Now they all pale by comparison. Arco has exploded technology with a new gasoline. The cleanest burning high-octane gasoline ever made for California, with the lowest emissions at the highest available octane. Arco EC Premium Unleaded, still at lower prices. The best gasoline at any price.
Stay tuned for Keith Olbermann's post-game show right after the game.
Goodyear Blimp America sends us this picture. Captain John Moran at the controls. Riverfront Stadium. And we look back at the Goodyear Blimp. Very pleasant evening. We really caught a break with the weather at this time of year. Leaves starting to change here in this area. It's a very pretty time of year. Bob Welch leads it off. 6th inning. He's on top 4-3. The pitcher, Jack Armstrong. He was going to bunt and took a strike. And laughs about it. He enjoys hitting.
Bob laughing. It looked like he started way in the back of the box and then ran toward first base. He was trying to push that ball toward first baseman Hal Morris.
Foul ball out of play for strike 2. Well, if you don't like those 1-0, 2-1 games, we have the sort of game you do like. It's 4-3, 6th inning. He's on top, and the lead has changed hands a couple of times. Armstrong let up a little bit, wasted a pitch, 1-2. Armstrong worked the 5th and set the A's down in order. One past Welch. Well, tomorrow while we're traveling, plenty of great action on CBS. Top cops, real-life stories of police heroes. Then at 8:30, stay tuned because The Flash is back. His secret identity is threatened. Then comedy time, Dr. Doctor. And what in the world's going to happen on Knots Landing tomorrow night? What else could happen? 4-3 A's here in the 6th inning. 4 in a row retired by Armstrong. And here is Mr. Action at the plate. Ricky Henderson is single, stolen a base, grounded out, walked, and looks at a strike.
Ricky Henderson signed by Charlie Finley out of high school in Oakland. Tony La Russa signed by Charlie Finley. Dave Duncan, Renee Latchman signed by Charlie Finley out of high school.
Breaking ball misses.
And tonight before the game, who do we get a call from about an hour before game time? Charlie Finley. Charlie said he had a warm feeling for the A's, but right from the hip, as Charlie usually shoots, he said he thinks Cincinnati will win.
Oh, really? Win the series?
Yeah. Said he thought Cincinnati would win, but he still has a warm feeling for not only the Oakland Athletics, but for the guys he signed. One of them, Ricky Henderson.
Armstrong falls behind in the count, 2-1.
Finley selling the Athletics to Walter Haas, the Haas family, back in November of 1980. Classy operation.
And strike 2. 2, 2-2.
As have the Cincinnati Reds been since Bob Housem came over here in the 1967 season. He made the trade for Bobby Tolan. Rocky Rowe really having a lot of problems with both benches tonight.
He's taking a beating.
Yeah, and the guys on the benches.
2-2. Bouncer for Duncan. Makes a big difference when you keep Ricky Henderson off base, and that's 5 in a row by Jack Armstrong. And Ricky's shaking his head as he walks back to the bench. Boy, they're all talking to themselves.
Talking about the classy operations of the Athletics and the Reds. It was Bob Housem as general manager of the Reds in '67 who engineered the Big Red Machine.
The batter is Carney Lansford in a foul ball. They had some characters with an old Oakland team back in '72. Molly Fingers and Gene Tennis.
And they faced the Cincinnati Reds.
Vida Blue.
They fought on and off the field.
There's Tony Perez, one of the remnants of the Big Red Machine. He's going to be eligible for the Hall of Fame in 1992. Some people think he'll make it. Has great credentials, particularly as an RBI man. Strike 1 to Lansford, and a good play by Sabo. Out at first. 6 in a row by Armstrong. Bottom of the 6th inning coming up. It'll be Morris, Sabo, and Oliver, and the A's lead by a run, 4-3.
Whenever my brother Tom and his friends had to decide what game to watch on TV, it was a toss-up.
Heads or tails? Heads.
Then Tom got smart. Very smart! He got this Magnavox TV with a built-in smart window, so Killer could watch football on the main screen. Without getting mad when Stork and I check out basketball on the smart window. You might say Magnavox saved your friendship, Tom. You could actually say it saved my life.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart.
Last year, more truck owners switched to Chevrolet than to any other truck.
Listen to the heartbeat.
Nearly 200,000 in just 1 year. So if you're still not driving a Chevy, what are you waiting for? More people are winning with
The heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet.
I'm Joe Montana. A few months ago, I challenged any Diet Coke celebrity to come on TV and take a blind taste test against Diet Pepsi. But no one had the courage to show up, so I'm going to take the test myself. Okay, thanks. Okay, who's the wise guy?
I don't know, but I got the right one, baby.
Diet Pepsi with 100% NutraSweet. One great tasting reason why it's the right one for you.
Some people think it's a great idea for you to buy a second-rate antifreeze. Not all antifreeze is the same. Nothing beats Presto. And that's something you might appreciate down the road.
We can't win if you can't stop Ricky Henderson.
When something on your mind,
This could get ugly.
or something you eat,
Look at that jump.
gives you acid indigestion, it's time for extra strength Rolaids. Fast, 1,000 milligrams strong. Now that spells relief.
Cincinnati Reds struggling to tie this game. Bottom of the 6th, they trail 4-3. Bob Welch to Hal Morris. 0 for 2 and 1 for 6, and there's a strike. That was much better against right-handed pitching. Bob Quinn and Lou Piniella brought this fellow over from the Yankees when they came to Cincinnati, 1-1.
That's really an understatement. Batted .378 against right-handers. And in his major league career, he has never had an extra base hit against a left-handed pitcher. That's in 84 at-bats.
But during the season, he hit 7 home runs. And a hard hit ball right at Willie Randolph, who plucks it 1 out. Jim Cott is down below at field level, James.
Yeah, Jack Walt Weiss disappointed because he's not able to play in this World Series, and the reason is Game 2 in the American League Championship Series on a double play ball. Watch the left foot and the slide of Ellis Burks with the foot planted, and Burks' slide, which was hard and clean. Walt Weiss sprained that left knee. He's out of the World Series, back upstairs.
All he can do is watch as Welch pitches to Sabo. And he drops a base hit into left center. Good play by Ricky Henderson. Sabo strike. He is out. What a good throw by Ricky. 2 out. With 1 out, it was a good play, Tim.
Well, not only because of the out situation, but because of who is coming up behind Sabo, did he try to stretch a single into a double. When you have the bottom part of the order coming up in a one-run game, a tie game, or when you're ahead, middle innings, you take a chance like this. Ricky Henderson was not blessed with a good throwing arm, but he was blessed with that great speed. He gets to it in a hurry. He gets it to Randolph, and Willie makes the tag in time to get Sabo.
And a fly ball into left field by Oliver, and Henderson is there, and the 6th inning is quickly history for Cincinnati. That play at second base was very, very close. No runs, 1 hit, and nobody left. He's out. Still 4-3 A's.
Jenny!
See you tomorrow.
Jenny! Hey, Jenny. Come show your granddad how to set this VCR thing.
Okay. Here, you hold it. Input the TV channel to match the station you want to record. Press store. Then, if the event is in the first 7-day period, press the plus or minus to move the cursor until the required day is displayed. Got it?
There are some things in this world you just can't explain with a lot of fancy talk.
Switch on the video. Select extended or
At the
single
Prudential,
plan.
we believe your life insurance policy is one of them. That's why our agents want to be sure you've got it before you get it.
So, are you clear on the advantages of unscheduled payments?
No.
Yep.
No. Yep.
Tell you what, let's cover that last bit just once more.
Your piece of the rock. We won't let you get it until you've got it.
Who are you going to have a conversation with? The older phone company or the phone company that's changed everything? Sprint has all the basic services AT&T has, but Sprint has 100% fiber optic sound quality and better overall savings.
I can give you instant credit.
You might not save a fortune, but you might as well have it. I mean, wouldn't you rather have the money than AT&T?
Every day that goes by, one of the roomiest, lowest priced, and most popular V6 coupes in America is Chevy Beretta. Day by day, more people are winning with.
The heartbeat of America.
Now it's easy to win with the heartbeat.
The 7th inning, it's Canseco. He grounded out, drove in a run, hit a homer, and struck out. And faces Jack Armstrong for the first time. 2-0 the count. Foul tip, 2-1. 6 in a row set down by Armstrong, who follows Danny Jackson and Scott Scudder to the hill. This man had a 12-9 record during the season. From Rider College in Oklahoma as well. Canseco leading off. 3-1. Canseco, McGuire, and Dave Henderson in the 7th. A's have been out hit 8-6. They lead 4-3. 3-2.
Jose Canseco does not get cheated. Home run in this ball game. Only his 4th home run since August 3rd, covering 50 games.
And he's leading off in the 7th. That's 7 in a row by Armstrong. Gets his 2nd strikeout.
Back in the 3rd inning with 1 out and nobody on a 2-ball and no strike count, Jose Canseco muscles it out to right field, and he knew it. Only his 7th in postseason play. I say only, that covers 24 games.
Now the batter, McGuire, and a foul back here, and he got a full swing of that one.
See, Canseco is a much different hitter than McGuire. McGuire is a bigger guy, but Canseco, with that fluid swing, can hit balls deep the other way. McGuire can't do that. He'll do it occasionally, but not often. He does not have power the other way, like Canseco does.
He's been on base 3 times tonight with 2 singles and a walk and a run scored. His first hits of the series. And they're deep and straight away for him. And Armstrong blew that one by 1-2.
You saw that front shoulder lead, and that's why Mark McGuire doesn't have power the other way. A big guy, and when that front shoulder leaves, you're trying to pull the ball. See that front shoulder pull out of there? Canseco doesn't have that type of swing. He goes into the ball. He starts from that open stance and really attacks the ball going in. But McGuire's a different hitter. He's very, very strong, but he has to pull the ball to hit it out.
Armstrong has not allowed a runner. He has set down all 7, kept the Reds close. It's 4-3 in the 7th. Boy, McGuire wasn't cheated on that one. What do you have for us now, Kitty Cat?
Well, I don't know if you guys feel it up there, but you look up at the flag on top of the stadium, and they've talked about the winds late at night. That wind is really kicking up. I don't know what effect that's going to have on guys like McGuire if they get the ball airborne, but it is blowing.
And from upstairs, the Goodyear Blimp people tell us that wind is at 35 knots. Here's a foul by McGuire, keeping it 2-2.
That's another old baseball expression, watch the wind. Now, who do you know that can watch the wind? Now, you can watch the effects of the wind, but you can't watch the wind.
Oh,
I don't know anybody who can watch the wind. Do you?
Watch the wind.
That's a baseball expression. They'll tell you before you go out, watch the wind.
Look at the wind.
Look at the effects of the wind, but not watch the wind.
McGuire hits another foul on the play.
Guys will take the field and they'll tell catchers and outfielders, Wrigley Field, watch the wind. It's tough.
McGuire has added to the wind with a couple of swings that he has taken up there. Here's Lou Piniella trying to figure a way to get back into this game. And he's blowing about.
Can you see the wind there?
Yes. Sure. 2-2. Sabo way deep with Mark McGuire at the plate. Count goes to 3-2. First saw Mark when he was a member of the U.S. Olympic baseball team. Southern Cal product. Another strikeout for Armstrong. He's retired 8 in a row. That's his 3rd strikeout. Two men gone. Thump. And another big hitter up there. How are these guys talking to themselves?
You can see going up the ladder on McGuire. McGuire miffed.
He missed and he's miffed in ball 1 to Dave Henderson.
It used to be that right-handers coming into the league were better high ball hitters. It's not as true anymore. A lot of right-handers who come into baseball are better low ball hitters, and I don't really know the answer to that. McGuire, a low ball hitter. Canseco, a low ball hitter. Last 2 strikeouts, high fastballs.
A big swinging strike by Henderson. Danny Jackson gave all 6 Oakland hits. The A's have no hits against Scudder or Armstrong.
Of course, this low pitch is different because it had downward movement on it. Breaking ball from Armstrong.
2-1 with 2 out. This will probably be the last inning of work for Armstrong. And a shot to center is going to drop with 2 out. Dave Henderson gets his 2nd hit on base for the 3rd time. And that's the first hit in the first base runner against Armstrong.
Tell you, Hindu can do. 2 for 3 tonight. Entered the game batting .303 in postseason play with 7 home runs.
Now with a runner at first and 2 out, Norm Charlton takes over in the bullpen because of this situation, plus the fact the pitcher is due to bat 2nd in the Cincinnati 7th inning. The batter, Willie Randolph. 0-1, and Joe Oliver, the catcher, keeping a wary eye on Dave Henderson. Willie is 0 for 2 with a walk. And 1 for 6 in the series. Henderson calls time. He jammed himself a little bit.
I don't believe that. I think he got a cramp in his left knee, it looks like. I don't believe that was related to his knee injury that he had in mid-August. I think that was just a cramp right there.
And he misstepped with his left foot. Fans start the wave here in Cincinnati. That's the noise in the background, and another throw over. Well, suffice to say, Oakland now has 2 very good center fielders in Dave Henderson and Willie McGee. One a right-handed batter, the other a switch hitter. Randolph looks at a strike to even it up 1-1. Reds won here last night, 7-0. The A's lead 4-3, 7th inning here this evening. Dave Henderson at first, 2 out. Willie Randolph skies it into left center and called for by Hatcher, and he makes the catch. And now Oakland has left 8, but they still lead by a run, 4-3, bottom of the 7th.
Okay, Harry, grab the bud, and I think we're out of here.
Right.
I want to drink your bud.
Hi, I'm Harry.
So am I.
Well, there you are.
You are not going to believe this.
This Halloween, replenish your Bud supply. Pick up Budweiser, Bud Light, and Bud Dry.
What's your bud type?
Marked for death. USA Today says Steven Seagal is bad news for the bad guys. 3.5 stars.
Said he'd kill us both.
I don't think he's gonna get the chance.
A smart piece of hard action filmmaking, raves the Los Angeles Times.
So what else is new?
Steven Seagal. Nobody does it better. Marked for death. Rated R.
Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Buying a new car is a big step. With many car makers, the minute you drive it out the door, you may feel like you're on your own. But at Oldsmobile, you're covered by the Oldsmobile Edge, the most comprehensive owner satisfaction program in the industry. Standard on every new Oldsmobile. We're with you every step of the way.
It's a new generation of old.
The point is to keep you up to date right up to the opening kickoff. And that's what we do. We're the last word.
The NFL Today, 12:30 Eastern.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 2 of the 1990 World Series is brought to you by Oldsmobile. Stop by your Oldsmobile dealer and see what's new from the new generation of Olds. McDonald's, you know the one. It's McDonald's for food, folks, and fun. And by AT&T, the right choice.
Take me out to the ball game action right here. You know, I think it was bad timing. You mentioned at the top of the 7th, the crowd doing the wave. I think that was bad timing because they were going to stand up at the bottom of the 7th anyway. Maybe they were just loosening up for the 7th inning stretch.
Yeah, bad timing. Who's the leader of this group here?
I don't know.
Well, Bob Welch during the regular season had 2 complete games. He takes it into the bottom of the 7th inning, ball 1. A lot of folks brag, and rightfully so, about the Cincinnati bullpen. And, of course, these A's have a terrific bullpen of their own. Let's see how far Welch can go as he pitches to Duncan, and the count goes to ball 2. Charlton down for the home club, and Rick Honeycutt warms it up for the visitors. 2-0. 2-1. Cincinnati is left 4, had a man picked off first, a man out trying to stretch a double. Foul ball, 2-2. And in addition, in the 3rd inning, had runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out and failed to score in that inning. They're trying to get over that 3rd inning, Tim.
Yep, and you know the one thing the Reds hitters haven't done tonight, they haven't stepped out against Bob Welch. You saw the Boston Red Sox do that in Boston.
High to Duncan, 3-2.
And by not stepping out, Welch loves to work very quickly. And by not stepping out, you really hit against the pitcher's rhythm and not your rhythm as a hitter.
And Duncan just stepped out. Duncan probably wouldn't be playing tonight if Bill Doran were available to the Reds. And he might have chased ball 4 and hit it to Lansford. And a tag by McGuire for the out. 1 gone in the 7th. McGuire, they say, is the best fielding first baseman in the American League these days. He came off the base and took that wide throw from Lansford.
Yeah, for a big man, Mark McGuire, and that ball was indeed inside to Duncan. McGuire with the finesse of Nureyev on this play. Watch this. A pirouette, 1 out.
And we're going to have a pinch hitter. Duncan on the bench, and Herm Winningham, a left-handed batter, will bat for Armstrong. Armstrong did great work while he was in there. He pitched 3 innings. No runs, 1 hit, had 3 strikeouts, walked none, and Charlton will be the 4th pitcher for the Reds. So they've used Oster already. Braggs puts on a batting glove, and the A's, and they're leading 4-3.
And think about this. The reason Lou is using Winningham now and not one of the 2 switch hitters he has left is because there's no change that's going to be made by Tony La Russa now.
A foul by Winningham with 1 out.
So you use the left-handed hitter Winningham, because if you wait until later to use Winningham, he might be negated by a guy like Honeycutt who's warming up right now. So that's why he is saving Luis Quinones and Todd Bensinger, the 2 switch hitters. Also, Braggs and Lee from the right side, Bates and Reed from the left side.
Welch still perking along, and he got one by Winningham for strike 2, and that one nailed the catcher, Hassey. This one hurt.
Yep, that ball coming up and under that protective cup that Ron Hassey wears, and all catchers, of course. Ron appears to be all right. The woes of a catcher.
Oh, yeah, they take a whipping back there. So do the umpire. 0-2 to Winningham. He hits 1-2 to shortstop Gallego for the 2nd out. They're 2 out, and there's Glenn Braggs, hoping to get a swing in this game. Fine catch against the Pirates. Well, Cincinnati nail down the playoff against Pittsburgh. And this is his birthday. Happy birthday, Glenn.
That's a piece of metal there. Looks like a sawed-off lead bat. Glenn carries it around like we're a toothpick, doesn't he? Oh, what a big man he is.
Larkin 2 out. Strike call. Yeah, he is big. Larkin has had a single, a double, 2 runs scored, 2 for 3. 2 for 7 in the series. Hit 7 home runs during the year. Bounces it to Gallego. Down go the Reds in order in the 7th inning. Now we've played 7, and the A's have the lead 4-3.
This is how the roomy new Cutlass Supreme SL looks after traveling 300 highway miles on just 10 gallons of gas. And this is how Honda Accord looks after the same challenge. Well, if it hadn't run out of gas 20 miles back, you'd see that it's smaller and it's blue. Next trip, Dad, it's yours. Who says you can't get great gas mileage in a roomy, comfortable car? Cutlass Supreme is one car that does it all and does it right.
This is the new generation of old.
In this room is a remarkable entertainment. It can make you laugh. Or change moods. It'll take you around the world. It comes with 50,000 people to help. It does more, faster. Yet for all you get, it costs amazingly little. It's AT&T Long Distance.
The most critically acclaimed film of the year is Avalon. The New York Daily News gives it 4 stars. Brilliant, says Newsweek magazine. Rex Reed calls it a cinematic masterpiece. 4 stars. Wondrous, USA Today. One of the best films of the year. And Joel Siegel calls it Barry Levinson's most heartfelt and profound film yet. Avalon, rated PG. Now playing in select cities. Starts Friday at theaters everywhere.
They ate the same lunch, got the same heartburn, but his antacid is very different. His Tums has calcium. Most antacids don't. This one uses an aluminum salt. This uses aluminum and magnesium. So does this. But Tums is aluminum-free. Only Tums helps wipe out heartburn and gives you calcium you need every day.
Something my body needs anyway. I like that.
Calcium-rich, aluminum-free Tums.
After 7, 4-7-1 Oakland, 3-8-2 for Cincinnati. Saturday, a college football doubleheader here on CBS. Penn State against Boston College at 12 Eastern Time, and then Miami at Notre Dame at 3:30 Eastern Time. Here's Norm Charlton. He is the 4th pitcher of the night for Lou Piniella. The batter is Ron Hasse. Ball 1 and a foul. Hasse drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 3rd inning, and he is 0 for 2 in this game. Strike 2. Charlton is one of the nasty boys.
One of the 3, his first appearance in the World Series. He was credited with the win last Friday night, coming in and throwing 5 pitches and retiring 3 Pirates in that game in which the Reds clinched the National League pennant.
A hit for Hasse against the left-handed pitcher. This is an extremely important inning for Charlton. His club's trailing by a run. The A's have that wonderful bullpen. We saw Honeycutt a while ago. They have Eckersley. And any more runs will be tough to retrieve.
Good hitting by Hasse. He had already driven in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 3rd inning. That was the last run that the Athletics have scored. So now Honeycutt is going down to the bullpen, and if Gallego sacrifices or gets Hasse in the scoring position, you may see a catcher go in to run for Hasse and a pinch hitter for Welch. We'll see what happens.
Now Gallego takes the strike. Gallego 1 for 3 with an RBI single.
Honeycutt had warmed up in the 7th inning, so he's about loose. And we'll see how Tony La Russa will play it. Bob Welch, after all, only had 2 complete games on the year, both shutouts. But it's time for La Russa to start going to his bullpen.
And a bunt by Gallego goes foul, strike 2. They're trying to move him down, and they'll probably pinch run. And they'll also probably pinch hit for Welch, who is due to bat next. Oh, the wheels are spinning inside the head of La Russa.
Speaking of wheels spinning, slow wheels at first base. And even if Gallego gets the ball down cleanly, you may have a play on Ron Hasse. Not a fast runner.
These A's are murder when they have the lead late in the game, and we're in the 8th. Gallego hits it to third, and they do get the lead runner. Fielder's choice for Gallego. 5-4. Are they going to bat for Welch?
Now he's in a position where he can bunt the runner over. So with Hatcher leading off the bottom of the 8th inning, that looked like a pitch that Gallego might swing at if the hit and run were on, but Hasse wasn't running. The bat almost hits Charlton as Sabo goes for the sure out and gets it.
Now, because one of the beauties of having Ricky Henderson leading off, you can leave Welch in and have him try to bunt the runner over with 1 out here in the 8th. And that ball was almost thrown away by Charlton. With the bat tonight, Bob Welch is 0 for 3. They'll try to move the runner. Gallego a better runner than Hasse. 8 hits for each club. And a bunt. And that does the trick. Second baseman covers, 2 out. Nice bunt by Bob Welch. And the play went 3-4. And Oliver goes to the mound to talk to Charlton. With a runner at second base, 2 out. That's a big run for the A's if they can chase it home. This pitcher, Norm Charlton, had a record of 12-9 this year. He wears number 43 on his cap, a tribute to Tim Leana, and a 30, a tribute to Ken Griffey Sr.
Got a lot of tributes on his cap, doesn't he?
Strike to Ricky. He is singled. Grounded out twice. Walk. 1 for 3. Second, 2 out. Strike 2. And 2. Leadoff single by Hasse, runner at second, 2 out.
Infielders are reminded in a situation like this, especially on the rug, to play deep and knock the ball down if you can't make a play on it. The problem with playing deep is you've got Ricky Henderson who can fly. So you can't play too deep, but on a ball in the hole, if you can't make the play, make sure you knock it down to save the run.
Charlton in his first inning of work. Fly ball to short left field, and Davis is there. And we still have a 4-3 game. 9 left for the A's, but they're on top by
1. 160 horses. That's what Chevy S10 packs into the biggest V6 engine ever put in a compact pickup. Enough power to help switch more truck owners to Chevy last year than to any other truck. The move to Chevy power is becoming a stampede. More people are winning with the heartbeat of America. Today's truck is Chevrolet.
Dean Witter believed in listening listen, not only to what our clients say, but what they mean. Each client has a level of comfort. Endeavor to find it. We measure success one investor at a time.
By now, almost everyone knows Sears has great values every day. And when they have a special or sale, it's really special. But now, there's even more. With the new Sears Charge Bonus Club, you can earn money-saving certificates just by using your Sears Charge. So it pays to shop at Sears.
Hard to believe, but that was me, Dan Deerdorf, before I lost 40 pounds in 4 months with Ultra Slim Fast. Hey, I'm a big eater, but with Ultra Slim Fast, I never felt hungry. The plan is easy. I had a delicious shake for breakfast, another for lunch, and then a sensible dinner. I'm back to my college playing weight, and I feel terrific. Best of all, I'm not shaped like one of these anymore.
Ultra Slim Fast. Give us a week. We'll take off the weight.
Thursday at 8:30. You can't run.
Just stay away from me.
You can't hide. Because in less than 24 hours, he's back with a vengeance. The Flash, Thursday at 8:30. And there's no 7th inning stretch.
Right up to the whistle, there's always changes. The unexpected can happen. So we're there with the last word right before kickoff.
The NFL today, 12:30 Eastern.
The commish has enjoyed the game here this evening. A 4-3 affair. A lot of things to talk about in this game. He's a big fan of the game, and there's the Oakland bullpen with Dennis Eckersley joining Rick Honeycutt. And Billy Hatcher leads off. Hits it foul. He's trying to set a record here.
I think it'll be Honeycutt before Eckersley, and Honeycutt will probably pitch. We talked about it before the game last night. Paul O'Neill, the left-handed batter, is on deck, and Honeycutt has that look in his eye like he's going in the game for the next hitter.
Hatcher flies to righty field, and Canseco cannot. It's off his glove. Hatcher's going to end up at third with nobody out. Tying run. Tim, you can't tell me that Jose Canseco is at full speed health-wise. He hasn't made any plays out there
No,
tonight.
that's exactly right. Back problems bothering Canseco. Remarkable athlete. Normally he makes that play.
See, he can't even stop and turn around and chase the ball.
Right. It is fielded by Dave Henderson. The 7th consecutive hit for Billy Hatcher. The 8th straight time he's been on base.
And O'Neill spins away from ball one. And LaRusso with a tying run at third makes no change.
You a little surprised?
That shocks me.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Infield in. Ball two. With nobody out. And the infield in tight to try to cut down the tying run. O'Neill, no hits in the series to this point. 0 for 3, 0 for 5. Ball three. And a talk at the mound. Eric Davis waits to bat next. Earlier in this game, 3rd inning, Cincinnati had runners at 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and did not score. Bob Welch will try to perform the same magic. There's Hatcher, nobody out. The Reds' 3, 4, and 5 hitters are 0 for 9 tonight. There was a new World Series record by Hatcher, ball 4. Second walk by Bob Welch. Now the infielders go back at 2nd and short. They'll give up the tying run for a double play.
Problem is Eric Davis is so fast he hits into few double plays.
He's 0 for 3 tonight with a run batted in. his second batter. Ooh, says the crowd. Big moment here. 4-3 A's, bottom of the eighth, first and third, nobody out.
Welch has missed for the last two batters. The pitches have been up.
Three and one to Davis. First and third, nobody out. 3-2.
Now do you send the runner?
What a big question that is. The runner is O'Neill. Fair running speed, 13 stolen bases during the season. Fans are on their feet.
I don't think you send him here. Strike him out, throw him out, the double play. You got 2 outs and Hatcher still at third.
So Welch wants to make sure that if O'Neill was running, he didn't leave early. No, I don't think I'd send him either, Tim. Ground ball double play ties the game.
Right.
Fly ball will tie the game. The runner tags at first also. Oh, they stopped him. Hatcher stopped, and that's the first out of the inning. I thought that was very conservative coaching, Tim.
Absolutely, and I think Lou Piniella did too. And you can see his disenchantment with Sam Palazzo, the third base coach, and/or Hatcher. You remember last night in that game, the scouting reports say that Canseco's right hand is bothering him. A bad throw in last night's game, a terrible throw after he makes this catch from moderately deep right field.
And that play brings Tony La Russa to the mound with a terrible throw by Canseco way up the line. Hatcher would have walked home.
Obviously, with 1 out or 2 outs, he tries to score. If that were the second out, he would try to score. But since there are no outs, too conservative, I agree 100% with you.
We get the left-hander, Honeycutt.
Getting to know you, getting to know all about you.
Of all the cars and trucks people could choose, more people chose Geo in its first year than Honda, Toyota, and Nissan combined in their first 2 years. Get to know Geo at your Chevrolet Geo dealers.
Getting to know wild thing. It is a wild thing. In the ring, it could be queen or it could be king. You go your way and I'll go mine, as long as you just make it fine.
Good times roll with the clean, fresh taste of Bud Light. It won't fill you up, never let you down.
It's not just a car, it's your freedom.
Tune up. You can't do it with a screwdriver and timing light anymore.
You know, spark plugs all look the same to the naked eye. When you change a plug, you can actually see the difference on the screen.
We always recommend AC spark plugs and wires, the kind this car came with. GM training, I'd be lost and here without it.
See Mr. Goodwrench wherever you see these signs.
Good people, good parts, now a good price too. Check it out.
I think winning a baseball game is a little like fighting crime. There's running, there's hitting, and there's getting home safely.
Jake and the Fat Man return next Wednesday.
Knots Landing returns.
Where is Gary?
A murder case loaded with likely suspects.
I wanted the man dead.
And the police are closing in on Knots Landing Thursday.
Watch the characters in this one-act play. Paul O'Neill at first base, third base coach Sam Palazzo, and Billy Hatcher at third. Nobody out, and the ball hit to moderately deep right field. Hatcher tags. Watch O'Neill in the top of your picture. Palazzo, we assume that he says don't go. The throw is awry. Hatcher walks home. Too conservative by the Cincinnati Reds. This should be a tie ball game, and it's not.
So Bob Welch is on the bench. There's Sam Palazzo with the runner, Billy Hatcher at third. The new pitcher is Rick Honeycutt. Paul O'Neill still at first, one out, 4-3 A's, bottom of the eighth. And a pinch hitter for the Reds. For Hal Morris is going to be the right-handed batter, Glenn Braggs. First and third, one out. Middle infielders back looking for two. The Reds begging for at least a fly ball.
They just had one.
You're right. What a shocker that was. That'll be a second guess play. Ball one to Glenn Braggs. Hatcher started the inning with a triple. O'Neill walked, and they stayed as Davis flied out. At the plate, it's Braggs. Don't overlook that big item that Davis did fly out to short right with those mid-ons at first and third. So last night's hero didn't deliver. And a ball up the middle, and will they get a double play? No, and we are tied. Perfect bounce and didn't get it.
Well, he got a true bounce, but he was too far on the other side of second base. He can't stop his momentum to come back and tag second. He has to slide, or he has to tag the sliding O'Neill, and by the time he recovers, Braggs slides into first. Brother.
That run charge to Welch, and we're tied at 4 here in the 8th inning.
With Braggs hitting the ground like that, that was 4.5 on the Richter scale.
On the anniversary of the earthquake. So now the bullpens will decide this game. The batter is Sabo. Base hit. Sabo gets his second hit.
Honeycutt gets a lot of ground balls. He got a ground ball from Braggs. It wasn't hit hard enough, nor to the right spot. And now he gets another one that's laced into left field by Sabo.
Reds about hit the A's 10-8. We're tied 4-4. Pitcher and catcher talk.
Tony La Russa rarely brings Eckersley in to a tie ball game. Rarely. He brings him in to save, usually for one inning. And that's why you don't see Eckersley here. Joe Oliver, on the other hand, there's Eck. Oliver, on the other hand, hit 104 points higher against left-handed pitchers this year.
2 on, 2 out. 4-4, 8th inning. Breaking ball, strike. What a night for Billy Hatcher. 7 hits in a row in the World Series, and that's a new record. Plus a walk last night. They haven't retired him yet. Joe Oliver could be a hero in Cincinnati. Another breaking ball, strike 2 from Honeycutt. Welch cannot win. He could lose. He pitched 7 1/3, 4 runs, 9 hits, struck out 2, walked 2. La Russa almost got the double play ball he was hoping for. Oh, and 2 to Oliver. We're really out in front on that one, and it stays 0-2. We shall have a new Cincinnati pitcher in the 9th inning. No, Charlton's still in it. Charlton is still in the game. And Dibble getting ready. Oliver doubled in this game. He's 1 for 3 tonight, 1 for 7 in the series. Third baseman Lansford, and a force out to win the inning. And we're tied going into the 9th. 1 run, 2 hits, 2 left. Reds have left 6. After 8, we're tied
4-4. This is a great picture of my mom and dad. This is Emmett. Emmett's too cool for school. We're a car family. My dad builds them. The rest of us just drive them. Here's my 10th birthday party. Look at that cake Mom made. Stupid dog. We moved to Tennessee because Dad had a chance to work at Saturn, this new car company. I wasn't so sure at first. I didn't know if I'd be able to find a job, you know. And what if all the kids turned out to be nerds or something? But Dad said Saturn was his chance to build a new company and make a new car the right way. It's fun doing stuff you've never done before. I like it here. I'm not so sure about Emmett.
Pizza Hut presents the $4 pizza deal.
We get 1 pizza.
Regular price.
The 4 more pizzas are each?
$4.
What about a Supreme?
Regular price.
And a pepperoni lovers?
$4.
How about 3 sausage pizzas?
Regular price, $4, $4.
5 Super Supremes.
Regular price, $4, $4, $4, $4.
For a limited time, first pizza regular price up to 4 more, just $4 each.
Okay, how about a meat lovers, 2 pepperoni lovers, a Ferrari, and a sausage pizza?
Regular price, $4, $4. 145,580 bucks, $4.
From the Far East to Europe. Across the Caribbean and throughout North America, only one airline covers so much of the world with so much warmth.
We love to fly and it shows.
Cincinnati entrusts the game to Rob Dibble, their 5th pitcher of the evening. After the game, Tim McCarver and I will select the Chevrolet player of the game. Chevrolet will then donate $1,000 in the player's behalf. Our new first baseman is Todd Benzinger. Dibble pitching to Lansford. In the dirt, ball 1. We have a new first baseman, Benzinger, and Dibble on the mound. Benzinger batting in the number 9 spot. Dibble bats 5th. Lansford has sacrificed, and he's 0 for 3. On deck, it's Canseco. 9th inning, 4-4. Ball 2.
I think if you're Lansford, you take here and make him throw a strike.
Ball 3.
You might take 2 more. If it goes to 3-1, make him throw a strike.
And Lansford is that sort of hitter. Blistered that one in there, 3-1. And a fly ball looks like it's going to drop. It does. It's a base hit. Well, Rob Dibble, what do you think about pitching to the likes of Jose Canseco? What does it mean to you?
It's a blast for me. I mean, I've always loved to play, and playing in this kind of atmosphere, I think, you know, it's everybody's dream. And so I'm just happy to be here, and no matter who they throw up, you know, there to hit off me, I'm just going to go out there with a smile on my face, whether or not I do my job or not. You know, I just thank God that I'm in this situation.
Well, he's not only in a situation, he's in a spot. And Lou Piniella comes to the mound, and there's the possibility of running on the part of Lansford.
We talked about the double switch. Now, what happens in a double switch? Remember, Norm Charlton was batting ninth. Glenn Bragg's pinch hit for Hal Morris. So what happens? Dibble goes in Bragg's spot. He'll bat fifth, and Ben Singer bats ninth. The reason for that is the number 9-hole hitter is the second hitter in the bottom of the ninth inning. That's why Lou Piniella made the double switch.
What will the score be? A leadoff single by Lansford, the 9th Oakland hit. And a strike is called to Canseco, has had a home run. 1 for 4 tonight. And he's still talking to the umpire, Rocky Rowe. Dibble has to pay attention to Lansford, who stole 16 bases this year. Strike. Oh, what a good game this is. 2 quick strikes on Canseco. 9th inning, 4-4 game, second game of the series. It's a beauty. They clocked that pitch at 99 miles per hour. One and two. When he gets that slider over, it's devastating. Steps off. And throws. He almost stopped his throw, and that would have been a balk. He was on the rubber. Just missed. 2 and 2.
Sitting outside, and this one missed outside.
2 and 2. Are they going to be starting the runner? That's Lansford. Nobody out.
Dibble with that big high leg kick. Good to run on.
Runner going. And a foul by Canseco.
20 of 23 times this year have base runners been successful against Dibble, and this is the reason. High leg kick. You've got to kick high to generate that much power. You've got to give up something, and Lansford tried to take advantage of it, and Canseco fouled it off.
Lansford had a very good jump. Steps off. Stealing against Dibble is one thing. Trying to get the runner home after you steal is another against this pitcher. Lansford has hit his first of the night at an opportune time for these A's.
Dibble has stepped off twice. Obviously, he and Joe Oliver can't get together. Oliver really ought to go out there, talk to him, and make sure it's going to be an inside fastball.
Lansford not going, and a double play ball maybe. There's 1, 2.
Dibble double play.
A double dip, Dibble double play. And the batter, McGuire. You know what he's thinking with 2 out in the ninth. 1. McGuire's had 2 hits and a walk this inning. Tied it in the 8th, and Dibble's trying to give his team a chance to win it in the bottom of the 9th. McGuire has other ideas. 2-1.
Sabo right on the line with good reason. McGuire, 28 home runs against right-handed pitching this year. Prevent the double. Hug the line.
We're still tied.
After all these years, Watson, the trail is decidedly cold.
But Holmes, it's quite warm in here.
All these years.
Curiously cozy.
No, fiendishly clever. Observe, Watson. Warm house, many years. It must be...
Lennox.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
For home heating, for cooking, for hot water, use clean, natural gas. America's best energy value.
Along the edge of San Francisco Bay, just off the Embarcadero, you'll discover the Fog City Diner. Elegant as a formal dining car, yet friendly as a Main Street cafe, where people reserve weeks in advance to taste the red curry mussel stew or the grilled chicken with roasted peppers. So leave your troubles behind, but bring your Visa card, because at Fog City, they take things easy, but they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Die-Hard, America's most trusted replacement battery. Its breakthrough design gives you more power and more confidence from the start. Sears Die-Hard, more power when you need it most.
Introducing Wendy's new grilled chicken filet sandwich, made with a delicious whole breast of chicken, crisp lettuce, and tomato on a toasted bun, and topped with honey mustard. It could be Wendy's best tasting chicken sandwich ever. It's grilled to be great.
Oh, what a beautiful morning.
The inquiring mind of Harry Smith. The refreshing style of Paula Zahn. The warmth and humor of Mark McEwen. Harry, Paula, and Mark. Only on CBS This Morning.
The Goodyear Blimp America shows us the scene, downtown Cincinnati and Riverfront Stadium. John Moran at the controls of the Goodyear Blimp. Friday, after the day off for travel tomorrow, it'll be the 3rd game, and you already have many indications that this is going to be a nip and tuck World Series. The pitchers Friday will be Tom Browning, Mike Moore at 8 o'clock Eastern, Friday night on CBS Sports. Will the Reds be leading 2 games to none? Or will we be tied at a game apiece? On with the World World Series CBS, and Mariano Duncan will lead it off against Rick Honeycutt, 4-4, bottom of the ninth.
For that reason, 410 against left-handers, 227 against right-handers. I'm a little bit surprised Tony La Russa doesn't have a right-hander in the game now. 3 of the first 4 batters are right-handed hitters. Ample supply of right-handers left in the bullpen for Tony.
He can only win it, La Russa, in extra innings. And Duncan took some of the air out of the ballpark with that swing. Lansford, with Duncan up, has to play on the line and in to guard against the bunt and also to try to take away the extra base hit.
You're at a disadvantage both ways. You're playing tight and you're on the line. Wide open hole on the left side.
Low, a run wins it for Cincinnati. 4-4, bottom of the ninth. Duncan, Benzinger, and then Larkin will bat. Duncan 0 for 2 with a walk tonight.
That was against the right-hander, Bob Welch.
Honeycutt got the final 2 outs in the 8th inning. Ball 2.
Certainly not a question of numbers. Tony La Russa has any number of relievers to turn. Todd Burns, Eckersley, you're not going to go to him in a tie ball game. Gene Nelson, Scott Sanderson, Joe Klink, the only lefty remaining.
And Lansford was in the right spot, wasn't he? 1 out. 1 gone.
Tell you, when you have to hug the line and play in, the ball gets on top of you in a hurry. Carney Lansford low to begin with. He sets up in that low stance at third base, influenced by Clete Boyer, a former coach with the Athletics. Carney with the best fielding percentage of any Major League third baseman this year.
Benzinger, ball 1. Benzinger hit 5 home runs during the regular season, in case you're wondering. Switch hitter.
Disagreement between Stan Williams, the pitching coach, and Lou Piniella. I don't know what it was all about.
Manager gets the last word. You can bet on that.
Oh, absolutely.
More in the forefront. 3-0. 3-1. They're having some sort of discussion. Has it 2 out. What a great play by Ricky Henderson. For the 2nd out, Benzinger thought he had something. 2 gone.
So did everybody else in this ballpark. Forgetting the remarkable instincts of Ricky Henderson. This ball hit hard, not a lot of hang time. Henderson has to get back and react.
Whoa, look at that thing in the
snow cone.
Snow cone.
Snow cone, watch.
Thank you, Mr. Rawlings. And he says hello to the wall.
Well, you got a style after catching it.
Larkin. Strike 1 from Honeycutt. There he has a single and a double. It's 7 home runs this season. Ball and strike 2.
I'll tell you, when the 1990 season started, there was a big controversy about the size of the gloves. Wouldn't it be something if Lou Piniella checked the glove for the first time this year because Ricky Henderson made that catch? You think that glove's 12 inches long? Might be. Might not be.
It's long enough. It was just long enough to catch that ball.
Right.
Hansinger romped by Ricky. 2 quick strikes on Larkin. He's got to stop thinking home run now. 1 and 2.
One more look at the remarkable reaction of Ricky Henderson.
That was a great play. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Barry Larkin. We're 1 out away from extra innings. 4-4, bottom of the 9th. 2 out, nobody on. Lansford, foul ball. Billy Hatcher has set a World Series record with 7 straight hits in the last 2 games. And the Reds tied the game on the fielder's choice in the 8th inning off the bat of Glenn Braggs. And there is the hero of the night for the Reds to this point, Hatcher waiting on deck. He'll either bat here in the 9th or lead off in the 10th. Jose Canseco with a home run, but a tough night in the field. And Ricky Henderson, great catch, and he's had a base hit and a walk tonight. Two and 2. Turn that ball over a little bit against Larkin. Hit for Larkin with 2 out. Do you think that Billy Hatcher could possibly do some more here tonight?
This ball laced up the middle by Larkin. Now you have a very interesting situation again. Honeycutt with a great move. All of Hatcher's hits, Jack, have been against right-handed pitchers. This year, a 50-point disparity between righties and lefties, only the other way. He hits lefties 50 points less than righties.
50 points less. Yeah. He's had 4 hits tonight.
Wow.
And Larkin gets back with 2 out.
The problem with sending Larkin right here is they would walk Hatcher, and then you'd be facing Paul O'Neill, lefty against lefty.
So they might just wait and see what Hatcher can do. He's had a single, 2 doubles, a triple, 2 runs batted in, scored 2 runs.
All the elements here tell you not to run. I don't know what Barry Larkin's going to do. He might wait until the count's 0-2 and 1-2 when the count's in Honeycutt's favor to run. You got Hatcher, who's hot. The outfield playing very deep to prevent the double. Good move by Honeycutt.
He tried a little head bob that time, and then the throw.
Here's the lyrical Honeycutt head bob that Jack was talking about.
Yeah, the quarterbacks can't do that.
On the count, right?
Mickey Hatcher, Billy Hatcher, has a chance to tie a record for 5 hits in a World Series game. Paul Molitor has that record.
Back in '82 against the Cardinals.
Oh, you waiting for Larkin watching it get away. The winning runs at second, 2 out.
That ball, I believe, sailed on Mark McGwire. The ball ends up hitting the heel of the glove and bounces over near the Reds dugout. And I believe you've got to walk Billy Hatcher here. No way you pitch to him as hot as he's been.
I'm Sure, that's true. And it rains here in Cincinnati. They're going to walk. Hatcher. Well, this will be 9 times in a row that he has reached base.
Well, think about this. If Honeycutt knows that he's going to walk Hatcher, if Larkin does try to steal, then you got to think that Larkin is less apt to steal. So why are you throwing that many times to first base? And eventually, it was the error on Mark McGwire that allowed Larkin to get to second base. So it's really strange that he was thrown over there to begin with.
Let's hear from Jim Cott. Jim?
Well, Jack and Tim, as Tim mentioned, walking Hatcher. And Lou Piniella has a right-hand hitter getting loose in his dugout. Terry Lee, and immediately Tony La Russa sends Dennis Eckersley. As Timmy said, he likes to save him for save situations, but Eckersley now getting ready in a hurry should Piniella elect to make a move.
Paul O'Neill is up. Eckersley in the A's bullpen. Honeycutt gave up a 2-out hit to Larkin, then the walk after the error. O'Neill could win it. Ball 1. Critical game for both clubs after the Reds won last night. Two out. Breaking ball in there, 1-1. Honeycutt is tough, Tim, against left-handed batters.
Absolutely. Honeycutt with that wicked slider that he uses primarily against left-handed hitters. Left-handers batted only 163 this year against Rick.
O'Neill in the hole, 1-2. Another low breaking ball.
The slider we were talking about, and Paul O'Neill giving way with that left side. Well, that was a nasty, quick, late-breaking slider from Honeycutt.
Rick is trying to send the game into extra innings. Fly ball to deep center, and there's Henderson. Here we go into the 10th. 2 left for the Reds, who have left 8. We have played 9, and we're tied at 4.
If you have an insurance repair on your home and you have Allstate, it's in our hands. We know some very reliable contractors. It's our business too. So if you choose a contractor we recommend, we guarantee the workmanship of their repairs for 1 year. That's why you're in good hands with Allstate. A member of the Sears Financial Network.
Butterball turkey cold cuts. Any way you slice it, they're delicious. Butterball ham, Butterball bologna, or Butterball smoked turkey breast. They're up to 98% fat-free and all Butterball. So any way you slice it, it's
delicious.
The temperature never drops below Xerex. That's important to remember at a time like this, when it's very dark and very cold. Ah, you did remember Xerex Antifreeze. The temperature never drops below Xerex.
Now, every time you use the American Express card, you could win a trip anywhere to do anything. Because American Express is giving away $10,000 dream weekends. One a day, every day for the rest of the year. Every time you use the card, you have another chance to win. Only with the American Express card. Don't leave home without it.
We told you we were going to do it.
And we did.
We're on the sideline.
We're with the experts.
We're the last word before the kickoff.
The NFL today, 12:30 Eastern.
It was a simple routine arrest when suddenly something went wrong.
I assumed he was on PCP. He was so powerful.
The shocking true stories of Tough Cops, Thursday.
This view inside the Goodyear blimp, which is being buffeted about, and the captain points out on the radar that some more rain is headed this way. We have a light rain at the moment, and heavier rain is headed in this direction. And we're headed into the 10th inning, second inning for Rob Dibble.
It's been raining base hits in this ballpark, about 2,500 feet below the blimp.
And the leadoff batter is Dave Henderson. This is the first extra inning game in a World Series since Game 6, the Mets and the Red Sox in '86. And a swinging strike. And this batter, Henderson, led off the 10th with a home run in that game. So a chance for him to repeat.
Here's a situation where I don't think you ought to be on the line. It used to be in baseball, you guard the line all the time in 8 innings. Think about the elements here. Dave Henderson, a straightaway hitter, the outfield straightaway. Rob Dibble throwing 99 miles an hour. What are the chances of Henderson pulling a ball down the line? Not too great.
He's had 2 hits and a walk tonight. Out of play, 1 and 2. You're right, Tim. He didn't catch up with that one and hit it foul. Lou Piniella told us with regard to Dibble that he likes Dibble to work 2 innings, 2 innings, 2 innings. No more. This is his second inning of work. Two and 2.
I think it makes more sense to guard the line at first base than it does at third base because of Dibble's speed. And sure enough, Todd Bensinger's on the line at first.
Dave Henderson pops it up to the right side. The right fielder, O'Neill, has it for the out. Well, that's all we needed in this one was extra innings. Very exciting game here at Riverfront Stadium, Cincinnati. For 3 with a walk. And they still guard the line at first and third. Look out up here. And that foul ball came into the booth. This telecast is presented by authority of Major League Baseball. It may not be reproduced or transmitted in any form without the express written consent of Major League Baseball. 2 out. As Randolph flies to Hatcher. And Dibble will be pitching to the left-handed hitter, Ron Hasse. In case you're wondering, Hasse had 5 home runs during the season. 1 for 2 tonight. Dibble to Hasse. Dibble is probably half certain that this will be his final inning of work.
He's the second hitter scheduled up second in the bottom of the 10th inning.
So he'll let it all hang out to Hasse. And he guides one over the head of Larkin for a 2-out hit. Good piece of hitting by Hasse, his second hit of the night.
It was a good piece of hitting by Hasse, and now there's going to be a pinch runner employed, possibly, or a pinch hitter, or both. Harold Baines is moving about in the Oakland dugout. Nice try by Barry Larkin. Ron Hasse's had a good night. A couple of hits, sacrifice fly, and an RBI.
And Baines is going to be the hitter. And here comes the pinch runner. That's the rookie Mike Bordick, the infielder who was added to the squad when Walt Weiss was injured. So Bordick will run for Hasse. base runner here in the 10th. And here's Harold Baines. He joined the club just the latter part of August. He will bat for Gallego, and we'll see Bordick into the game. And down in the bullpen, in case the A's grab the lead here, is Dennis Eckersley. Baines batting here in the 10th inning. And that brings out Lou Piniella. And he'll impart some information to Dibble. It's an advantage that Piniella has, managing the Reds, but totally familiar with the American League. A base hit by Hasse was the 10th for the A's. The Reds have 11. Each team 2 errors and each team 4 runs. Cincinnati had a chance in the bottom of the 9th.
Lou Piniella has Randy Myers and Rick Naylor left in the bullpen.
Baines watches one go high. The Reds have used Jackson, Scudder, Armstrong, Charlton, and Dibble.
You do have an off day tomorrow. I guess you could consider that if you intend to use Dibble more than 2 innings tonight.
There's a strike to even the count, 1-1. Dibble in his second inning of work has given up his second hit. Willie McGee selects the bat. McGee will bat for the pitcher if this 10th inning continues.
It's smart of Tony La Russa to use Baines with more extra base hit power to try to drive in Bordick from first, and if Baines does get a single, then McGee is more inclined to get a single to drive in the run.
Ball, 2 strikes. It's tough enough to come off the bench, but to come off the bench and try to hit Dibble is something else.
First World Series at bat for a great hitter right here, Harold Baines.
I have a headache. I have a bad headache. I can't think. I can't concentrate. I feel pain.
Today, Michael Farbstein is trying extra-strength Tylenol gel caps. For pain like his, why take aspirin or ibuprofen when nothing works better than Tylenol gel caps?
My headache is 100% gone. I feel great. I can think. I can concentrate. I can do what I have to do. Tylenol gel caps really did the job.
Tylenol gel caps, only from Tylenol. For everyday pain, nothing works better.
The scariest thing about Halloween is that everyone is beginning to look a lot alike. That's why we created the Boo Bazaar at Hallmark. We have an amazing array of awesome accessories, lapel pins, and clip-ons. Plus our exclusive Baby Boo and Boo Junior lines for kids. So this year, be an original. Scare up your costume at Hallmark's Boo Bazaar, because there's nothing more frightening than the same old thing.
The greatest travel bargain on earth is waiting. For less than the price of a stamp, you can go anywhere, anytime, effortlessly. You can leave from almost any corner. 50,000 people are making sure you have a good trip. There's nothing faster, or easier, or more certain. Yet for all you get, it costs amazingly little. It's AT&T Long Distance.
There's our line score heading into the bottom of the 10th inning here in the second game of this 1990 World Series on CBS. 4-4, and Dennis Eckersley comes in. How in the world are the Reds going to score against him? We might be here forever tonight.
You know he's not going to walk anybody. Only 7 walks in the last 2 years. I'll tell you one thing. We've had more switches in this game than the Wichita linemen. I'm telling you.
the report from field level.
Well, yeah, Jack and Tim, this could be the first time ever. Now, if this game, because of the threat of rain, if this game would end in a tie, it would go in the books as a complete game tie. There'd be a travel day tomorrow. We'd continue as usual. And then game 8, if necessary, would be played after game 7. That's if it's a tie. Now, if Oakland takes the lead and it rains and you can't play anymore, then at Commissioner Vincent's discretion, they could pick up where they stopped. He could do it tomorrow. He could wait till after game 7. That's his choice. So that's the possibilities if this rainstorm moves in. Back upstairs.
Very interesting. Tony La Russa has sent in a new catcher, Terry Steinbach. We have a new battery of Eckersley and Steinbach. And the shortstop, Mike Bordick, where Walt Weiss ordinarily would be playing. The leadoff batter is Eric Davis. And a strike from Eckersley. He follows Welch and Honeycutt to the hill. Davis 0 for 4. Right two. Willie McGee has also entered the game. He's in center field. To the shortstop, Bordick just into the game and 1 out. And Jim Cott has more for us.
Jack, let me just correct one thing. If Oakland would take the lead and this would be called a suspended game, at the commissioner's discretion, we would pick up again, but it would have to be before the start of game 3. Back upstairs.
I'll tell you, something else has transpired in this ballpark that is unbelievable. Tom Browning, who is slated for the start in game 3, as you see Bill Bates, he'll be the pinch hitter for Rob Dibble. We just learned that Tom Browning earlier left the ballpark. His wife went into labor. The Reds clubhouse called up to Marty Brenneman, the local radio announcer here in Cincinnati. He's been doing Reds baseball for 17 years, asking Marty to make a public announcement and tell Tom, there's Marty right there to the left of your screen, and tell Tom Browning to return to the ballpark. And Marty Brenneman made that announcement because Lou Piniella might be out of pitchers, and he may be thinking of using Tom Browning in the game tonight. I've never heard of anything that unusual happen in a ball game.
Wow. The pitch to Bates is strike 2 from Dennis Eckersley. Crowd behind home plate trying to help the umpire. Bates spoils one.
Tell you, I've heard of a lot of things happen in a baseball game, but I've never heard of that.
And a high chopper, and this will be close. It's a base hit for Bates. Lansford did all he could. Might have thrown him out had he gloved the ball, but couldn't come up with it.
Bates coming over to the Cincinnati Reds from the Milwaukee Brewers. Once this ball bounces the second time, forget it. Bates runs too well. His first hit in postseason play, his first at bat, his only other appearance in a game when he was thrown out as the trail runner in game 1 when the Reds lost to the Pittsburgh Pirates 4-3 in the National League Championship Series. What a ball game.
What are the odds that Bates would get a hit against Eckersley? What will Sabo do 1 on 1 out? Bates is a threat to run. He's a very good runner. Steinbach doing the catching. 4-4, bottom of the 10th. And a strike on the inside corner to Sabo, who's 2 for 4. And Eckersley came close to balking. He didn't stop very long. Outfielders are very deep here. Try to avoid the extra base hit, which would allow the runner to score from first. Sabo's a big threat. He hit 25 home runs this year, most on their club, and Tony La Russa with some signs. Base hit by Sabo, his third hit of the night. The winning run's at second with one out.
Arnie Lansford on the line at third base. He'll move off the line now with Bates at second. That ball hit sharply into left field. Doubtful that Lansford gets to that ball if he were playing normally.
So just as in the ninth inning, here in the 10th, a hit might win the game for the Reds, and La Russa talks with his battery plus Willie Randolph. Manella trying to keep the batting order in mind.
Told you about those switches. Wichita lineman time. Look at this.
And Williams studying the lineup guard. You're right.
This is great. Calling hospitals, trying to get pitchers in the game and double switches and everything. You gotta love it.
And the batter is Joe Oliver. He made the last out in the 8th inning and left 2 on. He has had 1 for 4. A's want the double play to send us into the 11th. Oliver wants the hit to win it. That ball is fair. Cincinnati's ahead. 2 games to none.
On the line when it goes over the bag. I think it's safe to say that Tom Browning, you don't need to come to the ballpark.
And Bates scores the winning run in a 5-4 Cincinnati victory. They beat Stewart last night. Welch started tonight, and they beat Eckersley. What are the odds of Cincinnati being 2-0? Persevered for a long time in the minor leagues before making the grade. What a moment. Reds win it 5-4. They lead 2 games to none, and we'll play Friday night. Back with more.
Did you know only 1-800-SERVICE can move more merchandise? 1-800-SERVICE connects calls 25% faster and has the fewest blocked calls. AT&T 800-SERVICE. Our superior performance gets more calls through so you can make more sales. 800 calls that get through. Another AT&T advantage. Pick up your sales. Get free installation on domestic AT&T 800-SERVICE.
They say the one on top has all the power. Which could be why more truck owners switched to Chevy last year than to any other truck. The top standard horsepower and the top available horsepower, our 454 SS, help make Chevrolet America's favorite half-ton pickup. For power at the top, more people are winning with. The heartbeat of America, today's truck is Chevrolet. Along the edge of San Francisco Bay, just off the Embarcadero, you'll discover the Fog City Diner. Elegant as a formal dining car, yet friendly as a Main Street cafe, where people reserve weeks in advance to taste the red curry mussel stew or the grilled chicken with roasted peppers. So leave your troubles behind, but bring your Visa card, because at Fog City, they take things easy, but they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Well, the toast to Cincinnati tonight, Joe Oliver, inches fair for the game-winning hit. You're round first base. Wow, what an unbelievable feeling.
I can't describe it. I came up earlier in the game with a chance to win it, and I went up there this time. I didn't want to lose it. I wanted to go up there and try to get the big hit.
You know, what else gets lost in this is the job you do behind the plate. Oakland didn't score after the third inning.
Well, I just tried to go with the bullpen and try to shut them down. I knew that we were able to come back. We've been swinging the bats well, and I felt we had a lot of confidence.
All right, let's go back upstairs to Jack Buck, Tim McCarver.
There's some happy Cincinnati Reds and Reds fans in the 5-4 victory. And Tim, they've got to name the new Browning baby Oliver. Oliver Browning. What a big night for the Reds, but you Oakland A's fans know how good your club is. They'll have Mike Moore going on Friday night.
Against Tom Browning, we assume. And that story, once again, Tom Browning's wife went into labor. Tom Browning left the ballpark, and they made a public announcement. Marty Brenneman, the Reds radio man, made a public announcement asking Tom to return to the ballpark. He was needed here, and we don't know where he is right now.
He's probably going back and forth and spinning around and getting excited about his team winning. What are the odds of this happening? They beat Stewart, then Welch started, and the A's didn't win, and Eckersley turns out to be the losing earler. What are the odds of all of this transpiring?
And remember, Bill Bates was the guy who started off the inning. His first postseason hit, his only hit ever on that little slow roller down the third baseline.
Ball hit the deck for the second time, and the kid can run. So he got on, and, well, you folks saw what happened, and it set off the fireworks here at Riverfront Stadium. The winner was Dibble, and the loser was Eckersley. We'll return to Riverfront Stadium after this message and a word from your local station.
The time has come for a new kind of full-size luxury. The 1991 Chevrolet Caprice. The most spacious Caprice of all time. A quiet place where 6 adults can enjoy standards of luxury they won't find in many more expensive cars. The time has come for Chevrolet Caprice. Now it's easy to win with the heartbeat.
You've been up in the air for hours. Now you gotta make up the time. Aren't you glad Hertz has a faster, easier way to rent a car? #1 Club Gold. No paperwork, no stopping at counters, nothing to slow you down.
Hertz, we're America's wheels.
You go straight to our gold parking area, where your car is waiting, ready to go.
I'm gonna make it.
Hertz, we're America's.
It's the fastest way to rent a car.
Hey, this is your TV talking. No, I didn't blow a picture tube. I've just got something really different I want to show you. It's Spensation, the lottery's newest scratcher. With an extra $10 million in prizes. So everyone's getting into it. In fact, Spinsation could take you to the big spin where you may win millions. Well, I'm gone. Oh, wait, here's the logo.
Tomorrow, inexpensive daycare for your kids.
And what happens when grandparents are forced to watch the grandchildren on CBS this morning?
If it is hard for us to catch our breaths here at Riverfront Stadium, it's because it's hard for us to catch our breaths. What a baseball game. The Reds win 5-4, and the Chevrolet player of the game is Billy Hatcher of the Cincinnati Reds. 7 straight hits, a new World Series record, and he's standing by right now with Jim Cott. Kitty, you're on.
About 14 years ago, Pat, it was the Big Red Machine with Bench and with Morgan and Rose. Now it's Joe Oliver, and then the most valuable players you mentioned in tonight's game. They can't get Billy Hatcher. Have you ever had 2 more exciting nights in your baseball career?
No, I haven't. Right now, I'm seeing the ball very, very well, and I'm getting the fat part of the bat on the ball right now, and the hits are falling.
You mentioned about the hot streak that you're in right now and at the end of the season, but I think this whole team is on more of an emotional high than they've been all year, even though you've been in first place all year.
Yes, we are. You know, we've wanted this for a long time, just to be able to compete for a World Series. And, you know, we're just coming out here and we're taking the bull by the horns right now, and we're playing very, very hard.
They're taking the bull by the horns and the A's by the horns. Let's go back out to Pat O'Brien.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, and congratulations. A reminder to stay tuned for the CBS News late night program, America Tonight. Now, there are new hopes for dealing with cystic fibrosis, but also new ethical considerations. That's America Tonight following your local news. And join us Friday night from Oakland for Game 3 of the 1990 World Series. The Reds will put up another lefty, Tom Browning. The A's will go with Mike Moore. Tom Browning may be a father by then. Until then, again, for Jack Buck, Tim McCarver, and Jim Cott, I'm Pat O'Brien. Good night from Cincinnati.
CBS Sports coverage of Game 2 of the 1990 World Series has been brought to you by Mr. Goodwrench, the GM service expert at your participating GM dealers. The die-hard battery now with more power when you need it most. And by Pizza Hut, home of pan pizza that's winning the hearts of America. Pizza Hut, making it great.
Once again, the final score of the game from Riverfront, the Reds 5, the A's 4 in 10 innings. You've been watching CBS Sports coverage of the 1990 World Series. It may be too early to call them the Big Red Machine, but this machine is rolling west up 2 games to none. California, here we come. Sweep dreams, Cincy.